Chapter 693. Out of the 3 battles, Taoist Master was eliminated, Demon Lin won, and the strong ice fairy was a topic that everyone loved to talk about. The main reason was because of Demon Lin. He was just too mysterious and rose up too quickly. He could compare to the top 10 heroes and was unimaginable. At the same time, he was a cultivation genius and could control the Xian sect's treasure in the blink of an eye. Moreover, out of the 3 treasures, 2 were gone and they were all in his hands. How could people not remember him? Many people were anticipating that Demon Lin would take the Carefree Fan and Xian sect Jade Seal out for auction. If that day came, they would be willing to pay a high price to buy them. If not for the fact that all the big shots were here, they would have shamelessly contacted Demon Lin and paid a high price for them. They wouldn't care about it as it would be worth it. Apart from that, Ice Fairy's strength made people pay attention to Ice Palace. They were really low profile and luxurious. They didn't compete, and behind that was the accumulation of strength. From now on, all the powers in the continent would remember this place. City Lord Lin, we are going to draw lots. If you meet Ice Fairy, how confident are you? After tasting the sweetness, Black Taoist Priest was addicted. Countless people were secretly cursing him. Could he at least act like a celestial immortal? Demon Lin was just a half-step celestial immortal. What would the other celestial immortals think of him? Let me say this first. If I win, I will take half and you half. You don't have any objections, right? True essence crystals weren't useful to Lin Fei. Hundreds of billions of true essence crystals were also beneficial to the development of Myth City. As for me and Ice Fairy, it will depend on you. If you believe it, then it will happen. If you don't, then it won't happen. No problem, let's work well together. Black Heaven ignored all their gazes. How could he let them take advantage of such a profitable business? At the moment, Black Heaven treated Lin Fei as the god of fortune. Half-step Heaven Celestial? He could defeat Taoist Master and steal the Xian sect treasure with a thought, so how could he be a normal half-step Heaven Celestial? Even if he was a Heaven Celestial, he would have to respect him. Don't look at how Black Heaven Saint usually doesn't look like a serious person. In fact, he is very smart. Once he ascends, Demon Lin will still be in the lower world. It won't be wrong to build a relationship with him. It will be of great help to the power behind him. When that time came, Demon Lin would be like a fish returning to the sea, or a fierce tiger leaving the mountain. No one would be able to stop him, unless those ancient celestial immortals made a move. But such celestial immortals were very, very rare, and even if they did exist, they would rarely appear. Their strength had reached the pinnacle, and they could no longer be suppressed. Once they appeared, they would be chased out of the continent by the Tao of Heaven. Who knew how many people were jealous that Taoist He Tian was able to form a relationship with Demon Lin? They regretted not having such a thought in the first place. Instead, Taoist He Tian snatched him away. In the next round, one person will be left empty. Long Batian stood up. That person will be the final contender. Let's wait and see. Demon Lin, Sword God Young Master, Ice Fairy, no one knew who would fight for it in the end. Sword God Young Master was mysterious and his sword technique was shocking. As for Demon Lin, he was also extremely mysterious. As for Ice Fairy, she successfully cultivated the 9 hell cold energy, which was extremely overbearing. Therefore, any one of the 3 had a chance. At the same time, above the endless ocean region. What happened to the ocean beasts in front? On the ocean region, a few ocean race warriors patrolled along a fixed spot. But when they entered a region, they saw some ocean beasts crawling at the bottom of the ocean. Quick, go up and take a look. Did something happen? But when they went up, they saw that the ocean beasts were terrified and had no aura at all. Even the Emperor ocean beasts were the same. They couldn't help but be shocked. They were all frightened to death. They are all strong ocean beasts, so how could they be frightened to death? Quick, go back and report that something happened here. When these ocean race warriors saw the ocean beasts crawling on the ground, they were terrified. Strong ocean beasts were frightened to death at the bottom of the ocean. How could they not be shocked? To scare ocean beasts to death, one needed such a terrifying existence. All of a sudden, their expressions changed and they hurried back to report. If they didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be a dangerous matter. Somewhere in the endless ocean region, under the dark water, there was a huge existence that couldn't be seen moving along the bottom of the ocean. A few ocean beasts that were foraging for food instantly stopped breathing. We have received reliable news that today is the last day of the competition on the Dragon Island. At that time, a Supreme Alliance leader will be chosen to fight against us. This huge figure was like a round ball, and there was a completely different world inside. It was a dimensional beast of the alien race. It had the ability to travel through space and time, and it was raised by the Queen Mother. This time, we have to catch them all in one go. As long as we kill their genius, their Continental Alliance conference will become a joke on the continent and go down in infamy for 10,000 years. There were 10 people sitting on black thrones in this dimensional beast of the alien race. They were expressionless. They were none other than the 10 divine kings of the alien race. All of them had gathered together. The dragon race is the strongest. We should take advantage of the moment when their defense is the most lax to kill their human genius and deal them a heavy blow. The dragon race has always been unwilling to submit, so we have to teach them a lesson. So these alien race were preparing to sneak attack the Dragon Island. The 10 divine kings were all heaven immortals. However, with the experts gathered on the Dragon Island, they didn't dare to attack recklessly. Their final goal was to kill some experts of the human race, like the 10 heroes. The Continent Alliance Conference had just ended, and everyone was attacked by the alien race. They had completely lost face, and this had a huge impact on the morale of the human race. The goal of the alien race was that simple. This time, we left behind all kinds of substitutes to deceive their surveillance. We also used our dimensional beast of the alien race. No matter what, we have to succeed in beheading them. Divine King Haotian, who was sitting on the highest seat, said. After the Queen Mother gave the order, the army of the alien race was fully mobilized. All kinds of beasts of the alien race were used continuously, and the results of the battle were great. The top forces of the human race occupied the continent. This was the most important problem. Once this problem was solved, it would be a piece of cake. The alien race had long known about the Alliance Conference on the continent, but to numb the other party, they didn't make a move. Now, the crux had come. What Divine King Haotian said was actually what everyone was thinking. I think that during the beheading, Demon Lin of Myth City must be killed as soon as possible. Crimson Light God King had a fearful expression. Who asked him to suffer the last time? That's right, Demon Lin is too mysterious, and he is very powerful. Furthermore, the pills sold by Myth City behind him have shocking effect. It's hard to guarantee that he doesn't have other pills in his hands. Heavenly Wings Divine King said. They had all heard of the name of Demon Lin before. He was very famous, especially when Crimson Light God King fought him the last time. In the end, he returned in defeat. It was still fresh in their memories. I think that Demon Lin must be killed. At this very moment, Demon Lin was already playing a decisive role. I just received news that Demon Lin will compete for the position of the Supreme Alliance Master. If he becomes the Supreme Alliance Master, along with the pills that he will provide later, it will affect our alien race quite a bit. Transformation King said. The group of divine kings was slightly shocked. If that was really the case, it would be quite troublesome. It would affect their attack quite a bit. Demon Lin will be the first target for beheading. Divine King Haotian's tone sank as he gave the beheading order. On the Dragon Island, Spiritual Master Lin Fei of Myth City against Ice Fairy of Ice Palace. This time, it wasn't Long Batian who drew the lot. They were the ones who drew the lots personally. It was fair and just, and no one could find any objections. This is bad, this is bad. Ice Fairy's 9 Hells cold energy is shocking. I'm afraid Demon Lin won't be able to block it. That might not be the case. Demon Lin's flames are also very terrifying. He might be able to fight against Ice Fairy. Both of them are strong existences. I wonder who will win in the end. The result of the draw was within their expectations. After all, the last 3 people would either be Lin Fei against the Ice Fairy, Lin Fei against the Celestial Sword Prince, or the Celestial Sword Prince against the Ice Fairy. F***CK. Spiritual Master He Tian was also surprised when he heard the result. This woman was very powerful, and her 9 Hells cold energy was very terrifying. Could Lin Fei withstand it? That was a problem. Demon Lin, let's see how you will lose this time. The elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders secretly cursed. Taoist Master Junzi had lost to Lin Fei and had killed so many of their Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples. It would be a lie if they didn't hate him. The Ice Fairy and Lin Fei undoubtedly gave them hope. On the surface of the sea, the Ice Fairy walked over. Wherever she passed by, it turned into a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes drifted down. City Lord Lin, I've long heard of your great name. I didn't expect to have the honor to fight with you. The Ice Fairy's tone was still cold, as if she didn't eat the fireworks of the mortal world. Lin Fei was startled. Haha, to be remembered by the fairy, I am deeply honored. I heard that City Lord Lin not only has a powerful sword technique, but also a strange flame technique. Can you show it to me so that I can appreciate it? The Ice Fairy said it in a relaxed manner, but in reality, she wanted to ask Lin Fei for advice on his fire attribute cultivation technique. Fairy, I will not disappoint you. Lin Fei laughed. I also want to experience the power of the 9 Hells cold energy. Snowflakes fall from the sky. The Ice Fairy cupped her hands and thrust it out with her sword. Sparkling and translucent snowflakes fell from the sky. Each of them contained the 9 Hells cold energy. The air seemed to be frozen, causing everyone to change color. A snowflake landed on the surface of the ice, smashing a huge crater and creating spiderweb-like cracks. If this landed on a person's body, it wouldn't be impossible to resist. Fire, come. A huge lotus appeared under Lin Fei's body. The lotus was vivid and lifelike. When the snowflakes fell, they were instantly evaporated. Thousands of snowflakes slowly fell, unable to approach him in the slightest. Chapter 694. The Ice Fairy's sword intent was cold and it contained the might of the 9 Hell cold energy. Not to mention facing it personally, even the geniuses outside couldn't help but feel nervous. The 9 Hell cold energy was too terrifying. Until now, they couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Even the air seemed like it was about to be frozen, let alone their bodies of flesh and blood. Generally speaking, they felt that martial artists who cultivated fire element techniques could block the 9 Hell cold energy. It seemed like he could block the 9 Nether cold chi, but it was hard to tell how confident he was. Lin Fei's Fire Lotus defense made everyone's eyes light up. However, they then realized that the level of this strange flame wasn't low. They could vaguely sense a dangerous aura. Some martial artists who cultivated cultivation techniques subconsciously shook their heads and sighed at their inferiority. Demon Lin's strange flame was quite amazing and had long been famous. Seeing it today, it lived up to its reputation. They couldn't help but feel wary. This strange flame wasn't inferior to the Ice Fairy's 9 Hell cold energy. Ice Fairy, just admit defeat. The moment Demon Lin said this, everyone was stunned. He was too arrogant. The strange flame against the 9 Hell cold energy had a 50-50 chance of winning. Demon Lin actually had the guts to say such a thing? It was really hard to predict. Arrogant. The Ice Fairy was cold and arrogant. Naturally, she couldn't accept Lin Fei's words. From the start, she had treated Lin Fei as a strong opponent. The moment he said this, her impression of him worsened. This person was no different from others. Go! An enormous white ice phoenix appeared. It was vivid and lifelike, and its entire body was formed from ice. With a flap of its wings, large amounts of ice feathers flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering Lin Fei. Pring pring pring, the ice feathers were extremely lethal. Each one was no weaker than a sky celestial's attack. Apart from that, they also had the freezing effect of the 9 hell cold energy. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Huofeng, come out. Lin Fei didn't panic. The red Huofeng flew out from behind him. It was no weaker than the ice fairy and actually used the same method of attack. The white ice and red flames clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion in a small area. Massive shockwaves blasted out in all directions and crashed into the magic formation, causing light to fall and the magic formation to be affected. Even though the 9 hells frosty chi was powerful, it was not a match for the divine flame, and it was quickly suppressed by Huofeng. The ice phoenix let out a long cry and pounced towards Huofeng, directly attacking. Junior Sister Hanbing's situation isn't looking good. In the area where the ice palace was located, a few elders of the ice palace were visibly moved. They could tell that the situation wasn't good. As the two phoenixes fought, the ice phoenix was at a disadvantage from beginning to end. Its astonishing 9 hells cold chi was firmly suppressed, and it was unable to gain the upper hand. The frozen sea surface continued to melt. It's impossible for a mystical flame to be this powerful. However, the opponent's mystical flame is too powerful. Now we can only rely on Junior Sister Ice. As soon as this flame appeared, the elders of the Ice Palace could tell that something was wrong. It had a suppressive effect. After a long attack, Huofeng broke the ice phoenix with a claw. Her huge figure shook, and the flame shot out, shooting towards the ice fairy like a cannonball. At this moment, the ice fairy knew that she had finally met her nemesis, who could suppress the 9 hells cold chi of others. City Lord Lin, take another attack from me. This is a sword technique I created myself. If I can block it, I will admit defeat. Lin Fei was very gentlemanly. He knew the result from the start. Even though the 9 hells cold chi was powerful, with the divine flame protecting her, she was unstoppable. Haha, make your move. Lin Fei was very generous. Come out, 9 hells divine sword. A vast amount of netherworld cold chi leaked out. The ice fairy transformed into a black sword and disappeared into the void. The entire sea was bone-piercingly cold, and the cold wind howled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, and a powerful sword appeared in front of him. It turned out that the ice fairy's sword had merged her body into the environment. It was truly a divine sword. Dang dang dang, the terrifying 3 swords were faster than any other sword, stabbing into the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. The 9 hells cold chi surged out, suppressing the lotus incarnation. Ice wrapped around his body, turning him into an ice sculpture. The ice fairy returned to her original form and stood in the cold wind. Her face was much paler. It was obvious that these 3 swords had used up a large amount of her mental energy. Demon Lin has been finished? No matter how one looked at it, Demon Lin, who was sealed in ice, seemed to have lost. The 9 hells cold chi was incomparably domineering. At this moment, he was frozen into an ice sculpture, and his injuries weren't light. Haha, Demon Lin, to think that you would have such a day. The elder of the Xian Gate finally exhaled. He was most happy to see this happen. The Supreme Alliance leader and Demon Lin weren't fated. If Demon Lin became the Supreme Alliance leader, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Xian Gate. Instead, they would be filled with anger. No way, City Lord Lin lost. Many people were dumbfounded. There's a fire. Lin Fei, who had turned into an ice sculpture, had flames rising from within. The domineering 9 hells cold chi turned into water vapor and rose up. Lin Fei walked out calmly. What a powerful sword move. The 9 hells divine sword should be the main body of the 9 hells cold chi. City Lord Lin, you win. The ice fairy felt extremely bitter as she said this. Just as she said, The Ice Fairy used the main body of the Nine Hells Cold Chi and condensed it into a sword body. No one could withstand the attack of the Cold Chi. However, the Ice Fairy had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. It was just a fluke. The Ice Fairy turned around and left. She was so decisive and straightforward. Lin Fei remembered this Ice Fairy. If it was someone else, they would have probably lost today. The Nine Hells Cold Chi entered the body and froze everything. At the same time, it also froze one's true essence. This was the most terrifying thing. Losing true essence was equivalent to losing everything. Lin Fei relied on the Godfire to block the invasion of the Nine Hells Cold Chi, so it was a fluke. Lin Fei reversed the situation and obtained victory. This meant that he could fight for the final battle. Sword God, let's not waste time. Get up here and fight with me. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Sword God young master. Ever since he entered the Sword God sect, the Sword God Society had been making things difficult for him. Today, he could finally solve it. As you wish. The Sword God young master stepped forward like a god looking down on all living beings. He emitted a powerful aura. After the Ice Fairy returned, she consumed a pill to recover. Junior sister, is Demon Lin really that powerful? They could all see how terrifying Junior Sister Ice's sword was. She used 3 swords but couldn't hurt him at all. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Very strong. His deviant flame can restrain my 9 Hells Cold Chi. The Ice Fairy said. There is no other flame in the continent. This must be the flame of the upper world. How is this possible? Demon Lin can communicate with the upper world? Could he be a seed planted by some big power? The Ice Palace elders were shocked. We must report this. This Demon Lin is very likely a seed of the upper world. Chapter 695. If there was a dark horse this time, it was none other than Demon Lin. The final battle, the fight for the position of Supreme Alliance Leader, was finally decided between Demon Lin and young Master Sword God. No matter how strong Demon Lin was, he was at a disadvantage. He was half a step to Heaven's Celestial, so there was a certain gap. But who would have thought that Demon Lin would shock everyone and fight for the final position? The position of Alliance Leader was very important. If Demon Lin became Alliance Leader, everyone would feel disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They didn't accept Demon Lin from the bottom of their hearts. For example, Xian's sect had suffered the most losses. They had lost 2 out of 3 treasures. If Demon Lin became the Alliance Leader, they would be depressed. With the existence of the Alliance Treaty, Xian's sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Dealing with the Alliance Leader was the same as going against the Parliament. Xian's sect naturally didn't want Demon Lin to become the Alliance Leader. Taoist Gentleman's essence energy was injured. He stared at the battle platform with hatred and a cold smile appeared on his face. Demon Lin, so what if you enter the final step? How can you fight against Sword God Young Master's strength? In one night, he made my sword technique complete and improved the flaming giant lizard. No matter which one it is, it will be earth-shattering. I want to see how Sword God Young Master tortures you until you are killed. No one had ever seen young Master Celestial Swordsman in action, so no one knew his true strength. That night, Taoist Gentleman was confident that he wasn't afraid of young Master Celestial Swordsman, but he was defeated miserably in their fight. He couldn't forget that scene until now. Demon Lin met Sword God Young Master and it was destined that he would be defeated. Taoist Gentleman had already guaranteed it. Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master fought for the position of Alliance Leader. The Sword God sect's elders were the most conflicted. For example, one of them was very unhappy about chasing Demon Lin out of the sect. If they didn't chase Lin Fei out, Sword God sect would be so mighty. It was too late to regret now. The entire group of elders would probably be so shocked that their glasses would shatter. On the surface of the sea breeze blew past, bringing with it the smell of seawater. Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master faced each other from afar. One of them rose up in the continent while the other was famous for a long time. Most importantly, they came from the same sect. I never imagined that an abandoned disciple of the Divine Sword sect would be able to arrive at this step. It's truly an eye-opener for this young master. The moment the sword god young master opened his mouth, he belittled Lin Fei to the point that he was worthless. His tone carried a sense of superiority. You sent the virtuous gentleman, enlightened being to deal with me. In the end, he was defeated by my hands. You must be feeling very bad, right? I have wasted all the effort you put into nurturing me, Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not take the words from before to heart. There's no need to test the relationship between me and Taoist gentleman. Young Master Divine Swordsman seemed to have expected this. There's no harm in telling you directly. Taoist Master Gentleman is just a dog by my side, a useless dog. I can change to another dog at any time, a dog that's even more powerful than him. The Divine Swordsman did not purposely suppress it, so everyone on the Dragon Island could hear it clearly. Shocking. Absolute shock. How could Taoist Gentleman be young Master Divine Swordsman's dog? Both of them had similar statuses. They were both celestial immortals and Junjie. They almost doubted their ears. Taoist Gentleman was a dog of the Divine Swordsman young master. He was one of the 10 prodigies. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. With Taoist Gentleman's arrogance and his combat strength at the early stage of Heaven Immortal Realm, how could he possibly lower his noble head? None of them could do it, let alone Taoist Gentleman. The various big shots were shocked. They subconsciously looked at the Taoist Gentleman Immortal, who was at the mysterious gate. They found it hard to believe Sword God Young Master's words. A heavenly immortal expert submitting to another heavenly immortal expert wasn't too reliable in the end. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Taoist Gentleman's expression was indifferent. There was no sign of anger on his face. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They couldn't help but be shocked once again. Could it be that everything was true? Young Master Sword God's words were equivalent to a provocation to the gentleman enlightened master. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to remain calm and might even start a fight. The dignity of a heaven immortal was not to be blasphemed. However, they did not see any changes in the gentleman enlightened being. This was completely abnormal. Too indifferent. Taoist gentleman, why aren't you greeting everyone? Young Master Sword God smiled. To be able to follow me is the fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. Taoist gentleman stood up. Everyone, there is no need to guess. Young Master Sword God is my lord. A wise man submits to circumstances. My lord is worthy of my following. I advise everyone to follow my lord and not regret it for the rest of your lives. Taoist gentleman, what's wrong with you? The elders of the mysterious gate were shocked. It was obvious that they did not expect such words. Taoist gentleman's expression darkened. I don't need you to say anything about my choice. Correct your position and figure out who you are. Then, obediently sit at the side. The elders of the mysterious gate wanted to say something but hesitated. The last sentence hit him right in his weak spot. This time, the leader of the Continental Alliance was Taoist gentleman. He was qualified to participate in it with the strength of a heaven immortal. However, they felt very sullen. Even if you followed young Master Sword God, we would not interfere if you did it in private. Why did you say it in public? Wasn't this clearly showing that the Celestial sect was inferior to the Celestial sect? The 10 great heroes had all gone to the Divine Sword sect. Where would the Celestial sect put their face? Once the news spread back to the sect, wouldn't the entire sect be infuriated to death? Taoist gentleman's admission undoubtedly made everyone re-examine this young Master Sword God. What did he do to Taoist gentleman to make him say such words? He would rather be a dog by his side. Young Master Sword God is very resourceful. He managed to make Taoist gentleman surrender with just one move. Unbelievable. It's really hard to accept that a heaven immortal would choose to surrender. Could it be that young Master Sword God really has an extraordinary background? Is he worth following? Could it be that young Master Sword God helped Taoist gentleman greatly when he mastered his swordsmanship? The fact that Taoist gentleman would rather be a dog by young Master Sword God's side was still hard to digest. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Fei raised his hand and applauded. The sound of his clapping echoed on the Dragon Island. So Taoist gentleman is a dog by your side. Looks like you are going to stand up for your dog? Then let me give you a piece of advice. Dogs are the easiest to devour. Don't suffer when the time comes. Lin Fei had a kind look on his face, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. F***ck, Long Batian was right. This sword god has an immortal monarch backing him up. That's why Taoist gentleman chose to surrender. Lin Fei thought quickly. He finally figured out the crux of the matter. Lin Fei, I think you are suitable to be my second dog. Young Master Sword God continued, as long as you become my dog, I will immediately help you advance to the heaven immortal realm and ascend to the heavenly realm. I have seen many arrogant people, but they all died horrible deaths. In that case you are rejecting my kind intentions. Young Master Sword God said, you should know that this kind of opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. Not everyone can have it. Lin Fei curled his lips. To think that you have the nerve to say such old words. Back then, the God King of the foreign races also said this to me. In the end, I didn't even care. Do you think that I will care about you? Young Master Sword God did indeed have the intention to recruit Lin Fei. Anyway, there was no harm in it. On the contrary, he could obtain what he wanted. Especially since he suspected that Lin Fei had a huge power behind him. This result was within young Master Sword God's expectations. Young Master Sword God shook his head in disappointment. Usually, this young master will kill those who reject me without mercy. It just so happens that you are one of them. I thought that you would let me think about it. It seems like you are not a magnanimous person. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If you have any abilities, take them all out. Young Master Sword God no longer had any intention of subduing him. This young master's methods will let you know what true despair is. Hearing this, everyone knew that they were going to make a move. Demon Lin was good at sword techniques and young Master Sword God was also good at sword technique. Could it be that they were going to compete on the path of the sword? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Tongtian God Pagoda. Young Master Sword God was the first to make a move. He took out a pocket-sized black pagoda. The moment this pagoda appeared, it rose with the wind and the color of heaven and earth instantly changed. An endless Tongtian God pagoda appeared in the sky and connected with heaven and earth. It seemed to have the power to reach the heavens and suppress heaven and earth. The moment the Tongtian God pagoda appeared, the expressions of all the big shots changed. They all felt an unprecedented danger from the Tongtian God pagoda. This has already surpassed the scope of a celestial artifact. How could young Master Sword God have such a treasure? Impossible. To be able to make the big shots feel a dangerous aura, the Tongtian God pagoda was truly extraordinary. Before they even made a move, they already felt a sense of powerlessness. This was simply a one-sided suppression. I'm afraid that Lin Fei is in trouble. The Demon Lord also stood up. This is clearly a celestial artifact that surpasses the celestial artifact. Even if it doesn't surpass it, it is still a top-grade celestial artifact that can crush everything. Moreover, it has the name Tongtian. It is not just an ordinary kind of powerful. Could it be stronger than the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal? Nangong Qianqian revealed a look of worry. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal had been continuously refined for generations and had already reached the upper grade. How could it be inferior to young Master Sword God's Tongtian God Pagoda? The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal is also inferior to this Tongtian God Pagoda. The demon lord shook his head. Young Master Sword God clearly wants to use the celestial artifact to directly suppress Lin Fei. He does not intend to waste time on this. Heaven's path, suppress. From the sky, a heaven's path, with no end in sight, rushed from top to bottom towards Lin Fei. The array on the sea surface was instantly broken, and the sea surface was forcibly suppressed. Lin Fei, this is the heaven's path, where white bones are piled up. You will be one of them. Young Master Sword God activated the Tongtian God Pagoda, and the heaven's path descended. He did not intend to waste any time and directly suppress Lin Fei. Mysterious Imperial Jade Seal. Lin Fei did not hesitate and took out the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, which turned into a tall mountain. The 4 words Mysterious Orthodox Path trembled, and a door appeared out of thin air, rippling with boundless righteousness. Chapter 696. The path to heaven was like a black torrent with a majestic aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was invincible as it violently collided with the gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was as if a majestic bell had been violently struck by someone. The sound reverberated and the sound waves attacked. The first to bear the brunt were the sea beasts on the calm sea. They were instantly annihilated. Millions of corpses littered the sea, and fresh blood dyed the sea red. The other weaker geniuses were severely injured by the loud sound wave. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in front of the big shots and had immortal artifacts to protect themselves from the sound waves, the geniuses would have suffered heavy casualties. Retreat! 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 The 3 consecutive words showed how overbearing Young Master Sword God's attack was. Young Master Sword God was too cruel. The path to heaven made everyone's expression change drastically. It was as if they had encountered a peerless existence. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If this kind of sound wave attack came a few more times, even these big shots might not be able to withstand it. They would inevitably die. On the huge Dragon Island, everyone retreated 100,000 miles away. The big shots worked together to activate their immortal artifacts and construct a protective formation to resist the divine might brought by the path to heaven. I always thought that among the 10 prodigies, Tai was the first. Who would have thought that Young Master Sword God would be the first expert? With the divine tower, Young Master Sword God is invincible. I haven't felt danger in a long time. This is the first time I feel such a terrifying killing intent from Young Master Sword God. Demon Lin doesn't have a high chance of winning. With just one move, all the big shots were shocked. They didn't dare to underestimate Young Master Sword God anymore. Even if they attacked, they might not be a match for Young Master Sword God with a heaven-defying immortal artifact. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Taoist gentlemen would take the initiative to seek refuge with Young Master Sword God. If they were his age, they would also choose Young Master Sword God. The path to heaven crushed down with the power of the heavens. The gate shook and Lin Fei was injured. Cracks appeared on the mysterious gate jade seal like a spider web. Lin Fei, don't think that the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders can withstand the might of the heavens. The sword god Young Master stood proudly. In this Young Master's eyes, the Xianmen Imperial Jade Seal is merely a piece of trash. This Young Master will soon destroy this trash immortal equipment. The path of ingress descended once more, turning into a torrent that crashed into the door once more. Ka. The flood-like path to heaven smashed into the door. The island behind Lin Fei exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. Waves surged up into the sky, and a white screen appeared. The gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness shattered. The mysterious gate jade seal's body continued to crack, covering its entire body. With a boom sound, the mysterious gate jade seal shattered, turning into fluorescent powder that filled the sky and quietly disappeared. Oh my God, the Xianmen Jade Seal is broken! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The mysterious gate jade seal, the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, had been successful since the day it was refined. It had suppressed thousands of experts and had never been damaged before. After accumulating for a long time, the awe-inspiring righteousness had gathered, and in the future, it would definitely be promoted. However, in today's battle, under the Celestial Tower, the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, the mysterious gate jade seal, had shattered just like that. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This sword god young master was too domineering. The treasure of the celestial sect of wonders was broken just like that. They had already seen the veins of the celestial sect of wonders bulging, and they were in a state of jealousy and anger. This celestial tower of the sword god young master indeed has the ability to transcend the heavens. The mysterious gate jade seal was shattered in just 2 strikes. It's too terrifying. The big shots were even more afraid. Their immortal equipment was not inferior to the mysterious gate jade seal. It was broken after 2 strikes, and they were afraid that theirs would be the same. This young master said that I will destroy your immortal equipment, so I will destroy your immortal equipment. The sword god young master looked down on the world. So what if you have the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders? In this young master's eyes, it is just scrap metal. No matter how many come, I will destroy them all. In a while, this young master will completely destroy you. What physical body? It's a complete joke. I will let you know what it means to be unable to withstand a single blow. The sword god young master used the celestial tower to display his divine might. With one move, he destroyed the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, massacred the sea beasts within 10,000 miles, and looked down on all living beings. Go! Lin Fei took out the carefree fan again. The 10,000 miles of carefree mountains and rivers formed a space of its own. It suppressed thousands of enemies and trapped the path to heaven within the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This daddy has a lot of treasures. If you have the ability, destroy them all. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He activated the carefree fan and captured the path to heaven. The sword god young master shook his head in disappointment. The difference in strength between us is not something that can be made up for with immortal equipment. The mysterious gate jade seal can be destroyed by this young master, and the carefree fan is even more inferior to the mysterious gate jade seal. Boom! The 10,000 miles of carefree river suppressed the path to heaven. Who would have thought that the celestial tower would suppress the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers would be suppressed instead, falling into the control of the path to heaven. The carefree fan was covered in runes. It repeated the same mistake as before and once again shattered into pieces. The path to heaven was too powerful. Everywhere it passed, a flood destroyed everything in the world. It revealed its malevolent face and suppressed towards Lin Fei, sweeping him into the path to heaven. On the path to heaven, corpses piled up. The white bones were like mountains, and the end couldn't be seen. The white bones formed a line. The consequence of rejecting this young master is to be suppressed. You will be suppressed on the path to heaven forever and suffer all kinds of torture. The sword god young master was very disappointed in Lin Fei. Wanting to block his attack with just 2 supreme treasures was just wishful thinking. The white bone mountains flew down and suppressed Lin Fei's body. They wanted to drown him under the white bone mountains, and he would never be able to rise again for the rest of his life. Sword God, you want to suppress me? I'm afraid you're daydreaming. Lin Fei resisted the white bone mountains with all his might. He raised his head and laughed. The only thing you did wrong was that you shouldn't have taken out your treasures to deal with me. I can even take the celestial jade seal, let alone your celestial tower. I was just worried that I didn't have any supreme treasures on me. Your celestial tower is barely passable. I'll take it for you as compensation for what happened before. The sword god young master didn't think much of it. Take the celestial tower? He really had the guts of a leopard and was asking to be humiliated. To deal with people like you, suppression is the most direct way. The winner takes all. The loser has no right to speak. I want to see how you are going to take away my treasures. It will also be an eye-opener. Why did Demon Lin take away the supreme treasure from Taoist gentlemen's hands? This had always been a question in everyone's mind. The art of refining treasures, refining all the supreme treasures in the world. Celestial Tower, come to me. Lin Fei stomped his foot. The endless white bone mountains shattered from bottom to top, turning into white mist. Black runes flew out from his body, emitting an endless mysterious aura. There were more than 100 of them, and they escaped into the path to heaven. Chapter 697. Treasure Refining Technique? Everyone exclaimed. They searched through their memories, and it was obvious that they were unfamiliar with this name. Did you see that? The treasure refining technique that Demon Lin is using is such a weird power. It has a mysterious aura and it's clearly not true essence or celestial power. What kind of power is it? An elder frowned. Once it was mentioned, they were shocked to find that the power of runes was something they had never seen before. It wasn't the celestial power that they had imagined. They had knowledge and experience, but they were completely clueless when it came to refining treasures. They had never heard of this name before. The moment Demon Lin used it, they realized that it was extraordinary. If it was celestial power runes, they wouldn't be too surprised, but a power that wasn't celestial power runes was the weirdest. Ever since Demon Lin rose up, he had been shrouded in a layer of mystery that made everyone want to see what was going on. Every surprise made them curious about Demon Lin. A strange treasure refinement art once again allowed them to witness the mysteriousness of Fiend Lin. Even for the big shots present, this was the first time they had seen such a method. There were people who could seize treasures, but there were very few who could sever the connection and refine the treasure on the spot. The treasure refining technique could refine all treasures in the world. If everything was as Demon Lin said, then it was really amazing. He could refine whoever's treasure he liked. At the moment, they didn't know how strong the treasure refining technique was, but with young Master of Swords' divine might, no matter how amazing the treasure refining technique was, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At this moment, young Master of Sword was like a god descending to the world. He swept through the world and the path to heaven was filled with white bones. Chief, the situation isn't good. Should we help Lord Dragon King? 100,000 miles away. Long Batian used his strong body to block the divine might released by the heaven-reaching God Tower. No need. Long Batian shook his head indiscernibly. Young Master of Swords' heaven-reaching God Tower is limitless, but Lord Dragon King isn't someone to be trifled with. I think that his treasure refining technique will definitely show its power. I believe that it will be very interesting. Can Dragon King really do it? Have you ever seen such a mysterious talisman? It's not immortal force runes, it's a completely new kind of power. Long Batian's eyes shone like torches. This power is extraordinary. Do you think the treasure refining technique is useless? Refining all the treasures in the world, I like to hear that. We just need to watch the show. The Dragon King was glad that he recognized the other party as the Dragon King back then. Even though he knew that the other party had a problem, he did not expose it. Now it seemed that everything was right. The Dragon King was quite extraordinary. With Long Batian's many years of experience, he would not be wrong about him this time. You're quite capable to be able to shake this young master's celestial tower. Young Master Sword God said. He then laughed out loud. Your refining techniques are indeed extraordinary. However, with your strength, you are overestimating yourself if you want to snatch away the heavenly God Tower. Even though he said so, the Sword God young master's heart was in turmoil. He was almost the same as everyone else, and there was no difference between them. He was just trying to keep up appearances. It's not immortal force runes. What kind of power is this? I have never seen it before. This kind of mysterious runes is continuously weakening my control over the heavenly god tower. If this continues, it will be ridiculous. I must not let Lin Fei's treasure refining technique succeed. The sword god young master thought. I must find the treasure refining technique from his hands and learn the mysterious power of the runes. When the time comes, who can compete with me when I snatch the immortal equipment? This was the first time the sword god young master had a greedy thought when he saw the treasure refining technique. In this world, even a high-grade immortal equipment like the mysterious imperial jade seal was disdainful. One could imagine how harsh it was towards immortal equipment. He must take this treasure refining technique for himself. How could such a mysterious power appear in the hands of a lowly ant? It should be in the hands of a superior person like him. Kill! Young Master Sword God made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Millions of white sword intents interweaved to form an inescapable net that flew towards Lin Fei. They wanted to strangle him to death in this inescapable net. Lin Fei laughed complacently. Sword God, you are feeling guilty and anxious. I thought you would be calm. Seems like you are still human and can't escape. Thinking about it, you must be unable to control the heavenly god tower if you make your move so quickly. Fortunately, I learned the essence technique. Otherwise, this sword god would not be easy to deal with. This treasure refining technique was the essence technique that Lin Fei bought from the system store. The price was shocking and he finally bought it while clenching his teeth. Such an essence technique surpassed the knowledge of everyone in this world. The mysterious imperial jade seal in Taoist Junzi's hands was used to weaken his control over it using the essence runes. The black runes from before were the essence runes. The moment the sword god young master attacked, Lin Fei knew that he was panicking. Even though he couldn't see his expression from his face, his actions revealed the panic in his heart. Facing the inescapable net, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. Divine flames shot out from his body and turned into a fire net that burned. Everywhere it passed, the seawater evaporated and smoke spread for thousands of miles. Chi young master sword god's sword net contained a supreme will. Lin Fei's divine flame was the flame of heaven and earth. When the two of them clashed, a hole appeared in the inescapable net, and the sea of flames devoured it, extinguishing it. Demon Lin's flames are equally terrifying. Even the sword god young master's sword intent was destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Of course, Demon Lin's words shocked them. The sword god young master was actually unable to block the invasion of the runes and was in a hurry to attack? It wasn't as if he had the world in his hands and was in a hurry to attack. Demon Lin exposed the situation. The sword god young master still had a calm expression on his face. Your strange flame is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if you can block my next move. The long sword came out of its sheath. The dragon roared and the jingguang shone. It was as if a peerless sword god had appeared and crossed the sky. Multicolored light danced and celestial music rang out. It was really shocking. This is the sword god young master's sword? The sword god young master was famous for his sword path, but from start to finish, no one had seen him use a sword. It was as if he only existed in legends. The moment this sword appeared, it gave off an extraordinary aura. 50,000 kilometers away, the genius cultivators with swords suddenly discovered that their swords were moving uncontrollably, flying out of their scabbards and sword cases. Shio, my sword. It flew away. How is that possible? I used my blood to refine this celestial sword. I can move it at will and no one can take it away. Why did it fly away uncontrollably? A genius swordsman spat out. In the entire area, anyone with a sword had their swords flying out. That must be a god sword. A big shot tried his best to suppress the celestial sword. He was barely able to suppress it so that it wouldn't fly out and become a part of the celestial sword. A godlike sword? If that's the case, then the sword god young master's sword technique is really terrifying. Any swordsman who meets the sword god will have their combat strength greatly reduced. The celestial sword that flew out appeared behind the sword god young master. Sword control technique. The sword god young master hollered. The Jingguang in his eyes flashed and the Jingguang behind him suddenly charged out. In an instant it appeared in front of Lin Fei. The sword intent raged as it headed straight for his brow. This sword was too fast and exceeded the imagination of the big shot. This sword had a speed that exceeded that of a heaven celestial. Even divine sense couldn't capture its trajectory. Demon Lin Fei was in danger. The sword god young master didn't think that Lin Fei could block his sword control technique. Even if it was just the first move, once the sword control technique was used, it would be easy to take the head of someone from 1,000 miles away. With his strength, it would be effortless for him to take the head of someone from 1,000,000 miles away. Too fast. Lin Fei was startled and his eyebrows twitched. Just one sword strike had forced him into a dangerous situation. Great danger, great danger. Lin Fei, you won't be able to block my sword. You should be proud to die to it. Ha ha ha, you aren't worthy. At the moment of danger, Lin Fei retreated. A flame wall appeared out of nowhere and bought some time for him. The sword twisted and the flame wall collapsed. The sword attacked once more. Lin Fei was enough to buy a chance for himself. Dang, the sword turned into a Jingguang and charged over. Its speed was too fast and it shot into a furnace, unable to enter at all. I blocked it. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Fei relied on the heaven and earth furnace to block the fatal sword. Scram down. Lin Fei's left hand turned into a dragon scale. He grabbed and tried to grab the sword. However, the moment the sword pulled out, Lin Fei's left hand was covered in blood. He was injured. What a sharp sword! Lin Fei didn't dare to fight bare-handed anymore. He used the heaven and earth furnace to protect him and dodge the sword. He once again used energy runes, which surged into the heaven-reaching god tower to weaken his control. You actually blocked that sword. What kind of furnace is this? Sword God Prince's Surekill sword was something that, in theory, Lin Fei shouldn't be able to block. In the end, the furnace in front of him blocked it. This was really unexpected. The heaven-reaching god tower was used, but it wasn't able to suppress him. The sword was unsheathed, but it was still useless. Sword God Prince was on the verge of collapsing. You can have a sword, so why can't I have a furnace? Lin Fei had a lingering fear. This sword god was really a strong enemy. He had never seen such a sword technique before. Heaven-reaching god tower, why aren't you coming over? Lin Fei released energy runes. The heaven-reaching god tower in the sky shook, and it seemed like the situation was one-sided. Kill! Sword God Prince controlled the heaven-reaching god tower and used the imperial sword technique to attack Lin Fei. He tried to break the furnace, otherwise things would be bad. A scene that was hard to digest also appeared in the sky. The heaven-reaching god tower was sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right. It was a tug-of-war that had never happened before. Success! Lin Fei used the furnace to block the sword and focused on attacking the heaven-reaching god tower. He finally suppressed Sword God Prince's control and the heaven-reaching god tower flew over. You dare! Sword God Prince coughed out blood. He grabbed with his hand and wanted to keep the heaven-reaching god tower. Lin Fei laughed and slashed out with his sword. A sword river rushed out and blocked this grab. The pocket-sized pagoda landed in Lin Fei's hand. Energy runes flew out and entered the heaven-reaching god tower. Treasure light circulated and the control was completely weakened. Chapter 698. The battle on the surface of the sea was filled with raging waves. The battle between the two of them was extremely dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness and one of them would die. The area 50,000 kilometers away was deathly silent. Sword God's god tower was taken by Demon Lin. The most unbelievable scene appeared. The god tower changed owners in front of everyone. The powerful sword god young master coughed up blood in front of everyone. It was a huge visual impact. They had seen how terrifying the God Tower was. They knew that the celestial artifacts they had couldn't compare to it. They weren't on the same level. The treasure refining technique is too heaven-defying. This was the common thought of all the big shot. A treasure refining technique that they had never heard of became famous in the Xiantian continent. From now on, no one would dare to use celestial artifacts against Demon Lin. Sword God's God Tower could change owners. How could their celestial artifacts compare to the God Tower? If it changed owners, it would be a huge loss. Demon Lin took the God Tower and didn't seem to want to stop. He immediately took out the God Tower and tried to suppress Sword God's sword? Savage. Demon Lin was so mighty that it was a mess. The divine swordsman coughed up blood. He had lost the heavenly divine pagoda, and his consciousness had been erased. He was injured, and now Lin Fei wanted to suppress his divine sword. His anger was unquenchable. Ever since he became famous, he had never been in such an embarrassing situation. For the God Tower, Sword God Young Master had spent a lot of effort to communicate with heaven and earth. Only then was he able to take it down and turn it into an extremely powerful celestial artifact. One mistake, one underestimation, the God Tower that he had worked so hard to get had changed owners. How could Sword God Young Master accept that? Don't even think about taking my sword. Sword God Young Master had already coughed up blood after losing the God Tower. Losing the sword was like losing his right arm. It was a huge loss. Lin Fei stood on the path of ascension. Sword God, you are a piece of trash. In your hands, the Ascension Divine Pagoda is like a precious jade covered in dust. In the end, it's just a form of attack. Let me show you what the true might of the Ascension Divine Pagoda is. Once the Tong Tian Divine Tower was in his hands, Lin Fei knew that he had picked up a big treasure. No wonder the Sword God Prince was in so much pain. This Supreme Sky Divine Pagoda was created by the Supreme Sky Great Sage, and it had the ability to transcend the heavens. Young Master Sword God had not truly grasped this celestial artifact, so he could not use its true power. The young Master Sword God was infuriated and coughed out blood non-stop. Lin Fei had hit the nail on the head. Until now, the biggest regret of this celestial artifact was that he didn't have time to comprehend it. He could only use the path to heaven. If he had comprehended it completely, how could it have been snatched away? Lin Fei's words were like rubbing salt into his wounds. Kill! The divine sword attacked. The Jingguang was like a multicolored light dancing in the sky. The sky was filled with a rain of swords. The Sword God Prince was about to lose his will and attacked Lin Fei with all his might. Heavenly Gate, suppress the divine sword. With the Tong Tian Divine Pagoda, Lin Fei could use his strongest attack. The Tong Tian Divine Pagoda flew out. Treasure light flowed and celestial music lingered. A giant gate flew from the sky and pressed down from the sky. The sky changed color and the mountains collapsed. Dong, this gate was tens of thousands of zhang wide and was black. It was just closed, but it gave off a heavenly aura. Everyone had no doubt that once the heavenly gate was opened, no one would be able to stop it. This gate was the heavenly gate that the Tong Tian Divine Pagoda used. With the pressure of the heavenly gate, everyone within 1,000,000 li were sea beasts. They were unable to move. The big shots 100,000 li away had red faces. They kept activating the celestial artifact but still coughed out blood. The path to heaven was already terrifying enough, but who would have thought that the heavenly gate would be even more terrifying? The Sword God Prince was within the range of the suppression. His body was constantly collapsing and blood was flowing. His eyes were wide open and filled with endless resentment. He said crazily, "But how could the heavenly gate appear? The method has long been lost. It shouldn't have appeared." When the heavenly gate appeared, the terrifying suppression power made even Lin Fei feel a lingering fear. The huge consumption made his scalp go numb. Yuan Qi runes, return of the divine sword. Lin Fei rushed up and waved his hand. Hundreds of Yuan Qi runes flew into the divine sword. The divine sword was sentient. It roared and resisted being refined. The divine sword once again burst forth with golden light. With the heavenly gate suppressing everything, the divine sword's resistance was futile. Lin Fei grabbed the divine sword in his hand and finally grasped it. Good sword. With the divine sword in hand, the world is mine. Lin Fei's body emitted boundless divinity. The divinity contained in the divine grass had finally burst out and perfectly fused with the divine sword. Golden divine light spread out continuously. Everyone was bathed in the Jingguang. The sea surface within a million li turned golden and emitted an auspicious aura. Divine miracle! The divine sword chooses its master. The sword god prince looked at such a shocking change and went completely crazy. Divine miracle? How can there be a divine miracle? A miracle? How could there be a miracle? This shouldn't be happening. This should be mine. I, sword god, am a genius of my generation, blessed with great fortune and luck. The heavens have favored me time and time again, bestowing me with supreme treasures. How could I lose to an ant, a lowly mortal? I'm not willing, I, sword god, am not willing. Sword god's eyes were dripping with blood. I will definitely kill you. A white jade box flew out, along with a golden talisman. The talisman transformed into a 10,000-mile-long scroll, exuding a boundless aura that was not inferior to divine might. An indistinct figure walked out of the void and stood on the scroll. The immortal monarch commands the myriad worlds. Chi chi chi, the illusory figure opened its golden mouth and large characters flew out one after another. The big shots that were 100,000 miles away all coughed up blood, and their immortal artifacts were all shattered. The martial arts genius didn't even have a chance to make a sound before exploding on the spot. The scene was tragic and there were heavy casualties. This is the immortal monarch's will. Long Batian exclaimed. This was the immortal monarch's will. The sword god prince wanted to kill everyone and not leave a single survivor. Lord Dragon King, quickly break the decree or everyone will die. Long Batian's body was lacerated. The dragon race, famous for their strong physique, could not resist the immortal monarch's supreme will. The words were like immortal monarchs looking down on the world. No one had expected that young Master Sword Divinity would use the decree in a frenzy and wanted to kill them all. He had completely lost his mind. All the big shots were heavily injured. The power of the decree was unparalleled and could not stop the Sword God Prince at all. Chapter 699. Within millions of miles of the sea region, large numbers of sea beasts died one after another. Especially near the dragon race barrier, there were even more casualties. Cries of pain could be heard everywhere, and there were people panicking. There were even people fleeing in all directions, not knowing where to go. Every time a supreme immortal lord spoke a word, it would transform into an immortal character. A martial artist would die, unable to resist the supreme might of the immortal lord left in the decree. This was not the power of this world. What was surprising was that the power of the decree did not attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Even if the decree was just a few words left behind by a celestial lord was still a celestial lord. His status was different, and he had a supreme will. It was the same logic as a god descending and sweeping the world. Pring pring pring, the bodies of the sea beasts exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the surface of the sea had already turned a devilish red. The martial artists who were still in shock were at a loss. When had they ever faced such a terrifying thing? Under the endless sea region, a giant sea beast was slowly advancing. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the violent power leveled the water region below to the ground. Nothing could be seen. Cough, 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 many people charged out from the bottom of the sea, coughing blood nonstop. All of them were injured, and it looked like they were not light. Who can tell me what's going on? Who attacked just now? Let me kill him. He actually dared to kill our foreign race's god beast. Kill him, we must kill him. Godly King Hao Tian coughed out blood. It was obvious that he was still in shock and was stunned by the attack. They were hiding outside the dragon race barrier and tried to deal a lethal blow to the alliance. Who knew that their alien race god beast would explode and be instantly killed? They were affected and all of them were injured. Even though they were just lying down, they were still injured. The Celestial Lord has a decree. The sovereign's might descended and a will swept out. Before the 10 godly kings could react, the Supreme will press down on them. They coughed out blood and were heavily injured. All of them were sent flying, destroying the bottom of the sea. They were so frightened that their scalps turned numb. Not good, this is the human race's decree. Rumor has it that it possesses supreme might, and is even more terrifying than the decree from back then. As the outsiders, they understood the human race the best. They had been preparing to ambush the human race, but in the end, a decree came down and caused them to lose a divine beast of the outsider race on the spot. They really couldn't swallow this. Vast heaven, let's retreat. Heavenly Wings Divine King said. The power of the decree isn't something we can resist. We're currently caught up in the shockwaves. If this goes on, we'll all be severely injured. These godly monarchs had suffered at the hands of the decree back then. Now that they encountered the power of the decree again, it was more than 10 times more terrifying than the last time. Danger enveloped them, causing their expressions to change. Godly King Hao Tian was truly unwilling to accept this. They were supposed to ambush the people of the Alliance, but why did they have to encounter such a thing? Why did a decree have to appear, and a terrifying decree at that? He shook his head. This is a place of trouble. To use such a powerful decree, there will definitely be changes in the human race. What a pity! How could the godly monarchs not know what godly King Hao Tian meant? If they attacked now, they would definitely be able to deal a blow to the various forces of the human race, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Regrettably, they didn't dare to take the risk. The outsiders were powerful, but their bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the decree. If this continued, they might die here. Regardless of whether there are any changes, they'll definitely be severely injured. It won't be any worse than the blow we dealt. Let them live for a few more days. Retreat. Godly King Hao Tian didn't dare to take the risk. He led the group of godly monarchs and left. Along the way there were constant decrees. It had become a land of death for millions of kilometers, making them shudder with fear and trepidation. They were noble godly monarchs and celestial immortals, but against such ancient existences, they had to flee miserably with just a decree. They even lost a divine beast of the outsider race. Who could they find to complain about this? Their ambush plan was also ruined. They were filled with depression and had nowhere to vent it. They had to suffer this loss. On the surface of the sea, the divine swordsman had already gone mad. The decree had descended upon the world. For the sake of Lin Fei's death, he did not hesitate to use such a heaven-defying sacred object. He did not ask for anything else, only for one result. Normally, something like a decree was nothing more than a sect guarding treasure, and it would only be utilized when a sect was annihilated. It would absolutely not be utilized because of a battle, and it would be a waste to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lin Fei, you hit it well. I'm afraid you've deceived everyone. The legendary swordsman grinned hideously. So what if you're the Dragon King? Do you think you can stop the supreme decree? You're destined to be unable to compete with me today. You've lost your mind. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The decree was too powerful, and its direct impact was the greatest. He recalled the heavenly divine pagoda and used it to guard his body. Only then did he barely manage to block it. Ha ha ha, so what if I'm insane? The legendary swordsman disapproved. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Originally, after I became the Alliance Master, I wanted to gather them under me. However, everything was because of your appearance. You've obstructed me time and time again. I really regret not personally killing an ant like you back then, which led to today's events. However, once the decree is used, I can still annihilate you." The phantom on the scroll continued to chant. The will of the immortal continued to link together, and the pressure gradually increased. Just like what was said, it would sweep away everything. "It's just a decree. Watch how I destroy your last hope." Lin Fei took out the heavenly divine pagoda, and with the godly sword in his hand, he slashed at the phantom on the scroll. A Jingguang sword river surged forward and collided with the phantom. Clang, a blurry phantom appeared, and a brilliance appeared. The long sword was deflected, and it was not injured at all. F***ck so strong. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. It was just a will, but it was so powerful that it could block his sword. Ha ha ha, it's useless. How can the decree be broken by you? Even if you have my godly sword, I will see you die here today. The legendary swordsman absolutely did not believe that Lin Fei could break the decree. Lin Fei scolded. "Bullshit, I'll break it for you." Boom, a towering momentum and celestial might descended. An aura that was 100 times more terrifying than before exploded from Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei finally broke the seal on his body and released the aura of a celestial, showing the celestial realm in front of everyone. From the beginning, Lin Fei had sealed a part of his power and had never unlocked it. At this moment, he couldn't care so much. Without the control of the formation, the battle strength of a celestial realm was revealed. It was undoubtedly challenging the existence of the heavenly Tao. Dark clouds came from the horizon, and lightning flashed. Slash! Lin Fei held the godly sword and slashed again. The invincible sword will was infused into it, and its power was dozens of times more terrifying than before. Everyone's attention was drawn. "You are actually not a half-step celestial realm." The legendary swordsman lost his voice. If Lin Fei was just a half-step celestial realm, the decree wouldn't be able to be broken. But once he was in the celestial realm, a bad feeling shrouded his heart. This sword was the strongest and fiercest sword that Lin Fei had ever used. It surpassed any sword he had used before, and with the support of the invincible sword will, no one could block it. One by one, the celestial characters were mercilessly shattered by the sword will. Golden dots fell from the sky, and their power was reduced. They swept towards the blurry figure, and a bright golden light burst out. The power of the godly sword exploded once again. The Tongtian God Tower and the godly sword were obtained by the legendary swordsman in a fortuitous encounter. They were not ordinary items. Now Lin Fei used them with the battle strength of a celestial realm, and they were like precious pearls that appeared in the world. Dang dang dang, this sword exploded with the attack of thousands of swords. The swords rained down on the scroll, and the scroll shook, directly affecting the illusory figure. "No!" the legendary swordsman shouted. "I can't beat the illusory figure, but can't I break the main body of the decree?" Lin Fei saw the weakness, and he laughed towards the sky. He took out the Tongtian gate and smashed it on the scroll. Just like what he said, the decree wasn't something that a real celestial lord could use. Under the desperate eyes of the legendary swordsman, the godly sword turned into a 10,000 Li Jingguang, and it flew across the sky. The celestial characters that were barely holding on exploded, and the blurry illusory figure was finally split apart. The 10,000 Li Jingguang landed on the surface of the sea. The decree was broken, and it was truly destroyed. Lin Fei had to use all of his strength, the heaven and earth smelt, the Tongtian God Tower, and the godly sword to break the decree. Only then did it work. "Sword God, now it's your turn to taste my sword." The godly sword whistled, and Lin Fei, who was going all out, was like a god looking down on the world. He slashed towards the legendary swordsman. Gotcha! The might of the divine sword still exceeded young Master Divine Swordsman's expectations. Half of his body was split open, and his flesh was badly mangled. His vitality was greatly injured. Even after his flesh recovered, he still could not accept that he had lost to Lin Fei. How can I lose? I won't lose. After the legendary swordsman recovered, his face was pale and he was still crazed. Sword God, you have lost. From today onwards, you will lose everything, and you will become the public enemy of the continent. Lin Fei stabbed his godly sword. The legendary swordsman was crazy, and he used the power of the decree. This was the behavior of a madman, and it was unforgivable. The elders wouldn't let him off, and they would definitely kill him. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't let him live, and he had to kill him. This person was too crazy, and he had so many tricks up his sleeves. Who knew what other treasures he had? The second sword slashed down, and its power didn't decrease at all. He was determined to kill his opponent, and he couldn't let him escape. Who said that I have lost? The legendary swordsman laughed maniacally. I didn't lose. Lin Fei, I will let you off today, but the next time I return, it will be the day of your death. A small black boat was taken out by the legendary swordsman, and it flew inside. After a round, it brought adept noblemen away, and they tore open the space created by the dragon race, disappearing without a trace. Lin Fei's speed was fast, but he still couldn't catch up. He knew that the opponent had a treasure that surpassed the speed of a sky immortal, and it was extremely good at escaping. Could it be that this legendary swordsman is really lucky? He keeps using treasures, and it's impossible to defend against them. Hong. Chapter 700. Lin Fei was sighing over the sword god young master's endless treasures. He had great luck and great opportunities, or else he wouldn't have taken out a small boat. He could only watch as the other party left. He was truly a difficult opponent to deal with. Meanwhile, the silent heavenly lightning descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea turned into a hell of lightning. Boom! A blue lightning bolt as thick as a bucket hit Lin Fei's body. The legendary lightning is just SOSO. Lin Fei raised his head and allowed the lightning to land on his body. He was unharmed and there wasn't even a burning smell. Godfiend body is really amazing. Heaven's celestial body is so weak. After the Heaven's celestial realm was activated, the hidden Godfiend body was also activated. The lightning that landed on the Godfiend body was like tickling it. It didn't have any effect. Let me see how terrifying the heavenly tribulation is. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He kept all his treasures and used his body to block the attacks of the heavenly tribulation. The elders who were struggling at death's door felt like they had just escaped death. Young Master Sword God's craziness nearly caused them to suffer a huge setback. The famous Dragon Island was now in a mess. Many islands had sunk, and only a few of them weren't destroyed. The corpses of the sea beasts all proved that a destructive battle had happened here. Lin Fan is the first person in history to block the heavenly tribulation with his body. They only felt gratitude towards Lin Fan. If he hadn't defeated young Master Sword God at the crucial moment and destroyed the decree's attack, they wouldn't have been able to gain any benefits. They might have even died on Dragon Island. He is the first person to block the tribulation with his body. It didn't matter if he was convinced or if he hated Lin Fan. At this moment, he was completely convinced by Lin Fan. Even the extremely strong young Master Sword God had to flee in hatred. Lin Fan was worthy of their worship. So what if he was the first? He had the right to do so. In the sky, Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god blocking the heavenly tribulation. No one present could compare to him. Lin Fei was the first person to go through the heavenly tribulation on the continent. Alliance Leader is amazing. Alliance Leader Lin is amazing. The geniuses who survived the disaster worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. If people were jealous of Demon Lin's bad reputation before, then at this moment, they were completely convinced. Demon Lin was like a god standing in front of them. As for the heaven celestials of the 10 heroes, they could only look at Demon Lin's back view. They thought of themselves as geniuses among geniuses, becoming sky immortals at such a young age. However, they did not take Demon Lin seriously at all. They thought that he was just making a fool of himself. After defeating the godly swordsman, they realized that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. They could only watch as the silhouette of the other gradually disappeared from their field of vision. They might not even have the qualifications to fight. When he was a half-step heavenly immortal, he was already so terrifying. After becoming a heavenly immortal, he would most likely be the number 1 heavenly immortal. Alliance Head Lin truly deserved to be the number 1. Doubt? Who would dare to question it? With a heavenly divine pagoda above his head and a divine sword in his hand, he had an incomparably strong physical body. It was easy for him to defeat them. Who had ever seen a tribulation transcendence that could be resisted with one's physical body? They knew that they couldn't do it, and they didn't dare to imagine it either. In the past thousands of years, no one had been able to achieve what Demon Lin had achieved. Contending? Who would dare to do so? At this moment, Alliance Head Lin was like a blazing sun. The 10 prodigies were convinced. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the tribulation dissipated and Dragon Island returned to normal. However, the marks left behind from the battle were shocking. Lin Fei walked out of the lightning hell with his upper body naked. Golden light covered his body, and he gave off a peaceful aura. "You don't have to look at me like that." The moment he came down from the sky, Tai and the others flew up and all of them were dumbfounded. "We monsters are proud of our strong physical bodies. I didn't expect you to be even more monstrous. You managed to withstand it with just your physical body. I'm afraid even the old antiques among sky immortals aren't your match." Tai sighed. "You are really invincible this time. Boss, are you still accepting subordinates? What do you think of me? I'm a standard talent." Taoist He Tian smiled cheekily, his eyes shining with deep worship. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I was just lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Tai and Taoist He Tian rolled their eyes. They didn't believe him at all. "Lucky? We also have great luck. Why aren't we as strong as you?" Lin Fei liked this kind of atmosphere. "City Lord Lin, thank you for saving everyone." Regardless of whether they were enemies or others, they all came to thank him. The battle between Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master was too terrifying. There were endless treasures, each of which was almost heaven-defying. Even the big shots couldn't handle it. "Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin, for showing your might and defeating that demon sword god in one fell swoop." The Sea God Emperor walked over with Prince Caesar. "Alliance Leader Lin, you have shown your might. I believe that under your leadership, you will be able to sweep the alien races and chase them out of the continent. Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin." Then, they all came up to congratulate Lin Fei. No, it should be Alliance Leader Lin. Alliance Leader Lin was the best candidate for this position. The big shots were proud of their strength, but they couldn't compare to Alliance Leader Lin at all. Others transcended their tribulations with their physical bodies, but they relied on immortal artifacts and treasures. How could they compare? They couldn't compare at all? Alliance Leader Lin alone could deal with a few of them. Sword God Young Master's escape undoubtedly cast a shadow in their hearts. Especially the small boat that he took out at the end, it was undoubtedly another treasure. Who knew what other treasures he had on him? Lin Fei became the Alliance leader. In the future, when Sword God Young Master returned, wouldn't Alliance leader Lin be there to support him? Lin Fei naturally took the position of Alliance Master. Just the name alone was enough to make one feel awe-inspiring. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for becoming the Alliance leader, the continent's leader. Lin Fei was inwardly overjoyed. Even becoming the Supreme Alliance Master would give him a reward? This deal wasn't bad at all. He had snatched the heavenly divine tower and divine sword from young Master Sword God. He had gained quite a lot, and the system had rewarded him. Lin Fei felt like he could die of happiness. The fight with young Master Sword God earlier seemed to be nothing. I wonder what the system will reward me with. After all, I am the continent's leader, the alliance leader. If the rewards are too bad, then I won't go. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the system's reward, Heaven's Suppressing Seal. Ding. Player Lin Fei has triggered the continent's leader mission. Within a year, defeat the alien races and recover the continent. Rewards unknown? Chapter 701. Spiritual energy filled the air in the undulating mountain range. Large birds and demonic beasts gathered in groups, looking carefree and unfettered. In the middle of the mountain range, a huge mountain rose from the ground like a celestial sword, piercing through the clouds. It seemed like it was going to break through the clouds and penetrate deep into that faraway existence. On the mountain peak, there was a Jingguang hall that exuded a long history. At this moment, in the hall, a group of people were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept the news that had been sent back. No gentleman was like a stick to their heads, knocking them all out. They wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. No, Taoist gentleman wouldn't do that. He's the pride of the heavens, how could he do such a thing? I don't believe it, it must be fake. Taoist gentleman's spirit seemed to have been sucked out. In an instant, he aged dozens of years. He suffered a huge blow and couldn't accept this result. His disciple, Taoist gentleman, had lost. Not only did he lose, but he also destroyed 2 treasures. In the end, he joined the Sword God Demon, causing his own reputation to be ruined. Could Taoist gentleman believe it? No, of course not. Demon Lin was just a country bumpkin from a small city. He didn't have any backing or background. In the end, he shocked everyone on Dragon Island. Not only did he suppress the top 10 heroes, but he also defeated the Sword God Young Master and took the position of the Supreme Alliance leader. Even if he was a super dark horse, he couldn't be so heaven-defying. In Taoist gentleman's eyes, what he was most satisfied with was that he had nurtured a peerless genius like Taoist gentleman. Everything went according to plan, and he had nurtured a sky realm expert. In the sect, Taoist gentleman was respected. Who knew how many geniuses tried to become his disciple? However, the news that came from Dragon Island was something that Taoist gentleman couldn't believe. In his mind, he kept telling himself that it was all fake. Taoist gentleman wouldn't lose, and Demon Lin was just lucky. The other elders' expressions were similar. They also couldn't digest this news, but they didn't suffer such a huge blow. Their Taoist gentleman, the most outstanding and the pride of the heavens, had not only lost miserably, but he had also damaged the sect's treasure. At the same time, he had ruined their reputation. The Taoist gentleman had suffered a huge blow. For Taoist gentlemen to do such a thing, he had pulled them to the opposite side of the alliance. Sovereign, what should we do? The sect master of the mystic sect, Zhang Yi, looked expressionless, but in fact, his heart was filled with anger. What do you want me to do? I'm the one asking you what to do. Originally, he should have gone to the Continental Alliance by himself. Since Taoist gentleman had advanced to the celestial immortal stage, he had been sent out to gain experience. In the end, he had made a mess of things. How could he not be angry? Headache, it was a real headache. Once the Continent Alliance was formed, everyone would gather together and become a powerful force. Even the celestial sect of wonders would have to think twice. This time, I'm really dead because of you. Reverend Zhang Yi was more depressed than anyone else. Reverend Gentleman was a heaven immortal, how could he do such a thing? Reverend Regretless, as the master of Reverend Gentleman, you failed to discipline your disciple well enough to cause such a thing to happen. You will not be able to escape punishment. You will be punished to face the wall for 1,000 years as a warning to others. Taoist Master Zhang Yi sighed. He had no choice but to punish them. He was afraid that all the sects had their eyes on the celestial sect of wonders. Then what about gentlemen? Reverend Regretless asked. Reverend Zhang Ye's face sank. Reverend Gentleman abandoned himself to become the lackey of the sword god and almost caused a great disaster. A small place like the celestial sect of wonders cannot tolerate a great deity like Reverend Gentleman. I will notify the continent and expel him from the celestial sect. Anyone can pursue and kill him. Sect Master, you can't do this. Reverend Gentleman is a member of our sect. Without waiting for Reverend Regretless to plead, Reverend Zhang Yi shouted, "Shut up! This is no place for you to speak. Take him away and execute him to face the wall." The sect master was truly angry this time. Everyone watched as Reverend Regretless was taken away. Reverend Gentleman had really caused a great disaster this time. Even he didn't dare to stand out and say anything good. This matter was truly too big. Whoever spoke out would be unlucky. Immediately send out the notice to the world. This sect master will personally make a trip to the Dragon Island to deal with the aftermath. Reverend Zhang Yi sighed again. This was truly a disaster that never came alone. 2 of the celestial sect's treasures had been destroyed, and a proud son of heaven was about to be expelled from the sect. The one who suffered the most was Reverend Zhang Yi, but he had no choice but to do so in the current situation. Demon Lin had already become Alliance Master Lin and was practically the hero of the continent. If he was alone, Reverend Zhang Yi wouldn't be so afraid. But behind Alliance Master Lin were the 11 representatives who had united all the powers that could be united. This was the most terrifying thing. Reverend Zhang Yi didn't want to be marginalized. Now that the continent's alliance had been formed, all sorts of arrangements had begun to be made. Reverend Zhang Yi could only endure the pain and expel Reverend Gentleman from the celestial sect. He even had to announce the celestial sect's decision to the world. Even if his heart was bleeding, he could only endure this matter. Right now, the most important thing was to maintain his position as a representative. Once the foreign races were driven out of the continent, the alliance would play a decisive role. The celestial sect could not afford to lose this qualification. If they lost it, the celestial sect would be pushed back. The celestial sect had always been known as the righteous path. When they announced the matter to the world, it caused an uproar. Reverend Zhang Yi was truly capable. He immediately expelled Reverend Gentleman from the sect and even made Reverend Regretless face the wall for 1,000 years. Everyone thought about it. If the celestial sect didn't do anything, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be affected in the future. The celestial sect was cutting off an arm to express their attitude. They definitely wouldn't go against the alliance just because of a Reverend Gentleman. At the same time, in another place, dark clouds covered the sky. Everyone was frowning. I already said that the sword god wasn't reliable. Now look, how are we going to clean up this mess? In the depths of the void, the group of elders of the Celestial Sword sect were no longer as indifferent as they were in the past. At this moment, everyone was frowning. The sword god was too ambitious back then. That's why we suppressed him. I didn't expect him to be so daring and want to establish a supreme divine nation. This time, our Celestial Sword sect is in big trouble. Who was the one who said that the sword god would become the sect leader? Everyone can see it now. The sword god has become the public enemy and his whereabouts are unknown. That demon Lin that we gave up on is now the Supreme Alliance leader. He has an honorable status. Our Celestial Sword sect doesn't dare to do anything to him. It's really a case of a drink and a peck at the same time. It was destined long ago. The group of elders collectively fell silent. They were speechless. Right at this moment they really wanted to slap themselves. What kind of sin had they committed? Ever since they became a member of the group of elders, they had never felt as uncomfortable as they did today. It was very uncomfortable in their hearts, but they couldn't vent it out. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Ever since the news from Dragon Island first came back, their first reaction was to not believe it. After asking 3 times in a row, they finally accepted this reality. The celestial sword young master that they thought highly of actually lost to the demon Lin that they gave up on. Not only that, but he also became the public enemy of the continent. All forces wanted to kill the celestial sword god. This kind of result was no less than a slap on their faces. It was a burning pain. How could they know that the demon Lin was so heaven-defying? He had secret techniques and supernatural powers. Without anyone knowing, he advanced to the celestial realm and became an immortal. If they didn't give up at that time, their celestial sword sect would really be in the limelight. One sect produced 2 heroes, it was really heaven-defying. Among the 11 counselors, they occupied 2 seats. Apart from that, there was also the Supreme Alliance Master. The Celestial Sword sect had never had such glory. At that time, the hall would be crowded with people from all sides coming to congratulate them. It was impossible for the Celestial Sword sect not to become famous. But now they had become the biggest joke of the continent. It was really like drawing water with a sieve. The person they thought highly of lost his prestige and was hated by everyone. The one they didn't think highly of, instead, advanced triumphantly and gave them a huge blow. He even sat on the position of the Supreme Alliance Master and became the leader of the continent's counterattack against the foreign races. What was this? Since things had come to this, the only thing they could do was to quickly repair this layer of relationship. The Celestial Sword sect couldn't afford to be shaken. We have to repair our relationship. We can't let Alliance Master Lin hate us. Finally, they voiced their common thoughts. Expel the Celestial Sword young master. One of the elders brought it up. I agree. I agree too. Even if the Celestial Sword young master is unparalleled in the world, he has already brought our Celestial Sword sect into the vortex. If this continues, we won't be able to keep our only qualification. At this time, the Celestial Sword sect also had to pull themselves out of it. They definitely couldn't continue. Then send out the notice. I will personally make a trip to Dragon Island and ask the 9-fingered sword immortal to come over. Back then, it was the 9-fingered sword immortal who brought Lin Fei into the sect. I believe that Lin Fei will remember our old friendship. The great elder was very helpless. The dignified Celestial Sword sect was now going to personally make such a big fuss for a disciple that they had given up on. This was really unexpected. If there was medicine for regret, they definitely wouldn't have deceived themselves because of the breakthrough of the Celestial Sword young master, resulting in this scene today. This bitter fruit could only be eaten by them. There was no other way. For the Celestial Sword sect, for the qualification of the counselor, no matter how helpless they were, they had to shamelessly pay a visit and apologize. Compared to the former two, the Myth City was filled with cheers and laughter. When the news of City Lord Lin becoming the Supreme Alliance Master spread, the entire Myth City was in an uproar. Everyone was cheering, they were indescribably happy. From today onwards, no one would have any ideas about the Myth City. Who would dare to make a move on the Supreme Alliance Master's base camp? Moreover, the Alliance Master had already advanced to become a celestial being. For a time, the 3 words Alliance Master Lin hung on the lips of everyone in the Myth City. At this time, various forces came to the Myth City one after another. Regardless of the consequences, they had to first build a good relationship before anything else. All kinds of congratulatory gifts were continuously sent over. The Myth City's entrance hall was crowded. The forces that usually wouldn't make a move all risked their lives to come over. No matter what, they had to leave an impression. All kinds of priceless treasures were innumerable. The happiest ones were the experts of the mythical palace. They had finally made a name for themselves. City Lord Lin had unknowingly become a celestial being and sat on the position of the Supreme Alliance Master. This result was something that they had never expected. Chapter 702. Lin Fei's position as the alliance leader was very stable. Just Lin Fei's battle prowess alone was enough to make all the big shots admire him. With the title of Dragon King, who would dare to object? The dragon race was the one and only faction on the continent. Who wouldn't be envious of them? Who wouldn't want to be on good terms with them? Once they had them, they would have a huge backing. Lin Fei became the Dragon King of the Dragon Kings. His position was even higher than the Dragon Clan leaders. With the addition of Alliance leader Lin's position, he could command the entire dragon race. After becoming the Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei finally understood what trouble was. Immediately, Alliance leader Lin called for a meeting. It was still held on Dragon Island, which was heavily guarded. Since everyone has elected me to be the Alliance head, I must lead everyone to carve out a path for us to chase the outsiders out of the mainland. I believe everyone has heard what I said just now. If there are no objections, everyone can go back and make your preparations. Alliance head Lin sat on the main seat, looking superior to everyone else. He was full of mettle. For an entire day, everyone discussed the matter of attacking the mutated races. Finally, they came up with a plan. I have no objections. I agree with Alliance leader Lin. This was equivalent to a vote. Daoist He-Tian, Tai-Yi, and those who were on good terms with Alliance leader Lin were the first to raise their hands in agreement. In addition, Alliance leader Lin himself had to vote. Refute? How could they refute? There was no way to refute. Alliance leader Lin was very satisfied. It was indeed good to have a partner. He wasn't afraid of them allying together. After the battle a few days ago, all the big shots had recovered. Fighting and scheming against each other was unavoidable. Lin Fei had the upper hand and was in complete control of the internal affairs. "Oh right, I have something to discuss with everyone," Lin Fei said to everyone. The Celestial Sect, Celestial Sword Sect, and Luotian Sect all knew it wasn't something good. "Alliance leader, please speak. We are all listening." Lin Fei glanced around and said blandly, "Since our alliance was formed, we have to exercise our rights. For example, large and small forces, such as handing over a batch of members to join the war against the non-human kind. You can't just ask us to do that, can you? As for those sects that have surrendered to the outsiders, I suggest that we carry out a beheading operation to make an example out of them, so that everyone knows. Demon Lin is preparing to establish his dominance." What a fast pace! Not only is Demon Lin unparalleled in terms of combat power, but he's also good at scheming. They would not reject this reason. All of them agreed. In that case, I suggest that this beheading operation be handed over to a group of outstanding talent. I believe that with their help, they will definitely be able to ruthlessly establish their might. Lin Fei made another suggestion. Everyone was slightly stunned. They thought that Demon Lin was going to personally go up to gain some reputation, or something. This was really unexpected. The alliance was formed. They didn't want Demon Lin to become big and form a dictatorship. As long as Demon Lin didn't go personally, it wouldn't affect them too much. I agree. I agree as well. Those fence-sitters do need to be intimidated. This matter passed without a hitch. The various factions left one after another. At the same time, they made an announcement to spread the decision. "Lin Fei, why aren't you personally leading the team?" After the meeting ended, Tai came looking for him. Unknowingly, he had already gotten closer to Lin Fei and they had a close relationship. "Do you think that I'll miss a chance to show off?" Lin Fei smiled. "You and I are both people who are going to ascend. Everything else is fleeting. My only hope now is to chase the outsiders out of the continent and return it to peace." Tai didn't believe that Lin Fei would arrange for them to be beheaded for no reason. The outsiders are a huge problem. They are all elites. If they don't listen to orders, it will be very troublesome. Lin Fei said the reason. The beheading operation is actually to restrict them. If they don't obey, hee. Alliance leader, you are so mighty. Tai couldn't help but shiver. If anyone underestimated Lin Fei, they would definitely eat them up. Don't doubt him, he had the strength to do so. At that moment the door outside rang. Come in. After becoming Alliance leader Lin, he naturally had corresponding servants. They were all transferred from Mythical City. Lord, the Mystic sect leader wishes to see you. Invite him in. Lin Fei thought about it and didn't refuse. If the Mystic sect didn't take the initiative to visit, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Then I'll leave first. Tai knew the relationship between the two of them. It wasn't good for him to stay here. He still had some sense of propriety. Lin Fei didn't keep Tai. He was thinking about how to get benefits from the Mystic sect. He wasn't the Alliance leader for nothing. If he didn't squeeze out some benefits, he would lose face. After becoming the Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei naturally had to make good arrangements for the rest of his time. Soon, the servant brought a middle-aged man in, closed the door, and left. Alliance leader Lin, I am Sage Zhongyi. I have long heard of the Alliance leader's might. Today, I specially came to pay my respects. Sage Zhongyi lowered his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally. Who would have thought that the insignificant existence in their eyes would rise to become the Supreme Alliance leader and have the right to decide the outcome of 2 votes on his own? Who would have thought that the insignificant existence in their eyes would rise to become the Supreme Alliance leader? Sage Zhongyi, please sit. Lin Fei smiled. This is just a favor from others. It isn't worth mentioning. If Sage Zhongyi didn't know about Demon Lin's methods, he would have thought that he was a kind person. The two of them started to chat casually. They looked like old friends that hadn't seen each other in a long time. One couldn't see any anger, but in reality, Sage Zhongyi lowered his head. Alliance leader Lin was calm and not anxious at all. One couldn't see any resentment. Sage Zhongyi was depressed. As a sect leader, it was really hard for him to hold back his words. However, he couldn't say anything. Alliance leader Lin, a few days ago, a traitor like Sage Junzi appeared in the sect. Our sect has already punished him and expelled him from Xian's sect. We have also issued a warrant to kill Sage Junzi. Enlightened Master Zhang Yi glanced at Lin Fei, but he didn't see any change in Lin Fei, so he continued, I know that Enlightened Master Junzi's actions have caused a negative impact, and it's not something that can be resolved in a short period of time. As for the impact caused by Enlightened Master Junzi, our sect has discussed it, and this is our sect's compensation to Alliance leader Lin. Lin Fei's face darkened. Sage Zhongyi, what is the meaning of this? People who don't know might think that I accepted benefit. That would make people doubt my ability to do things. This was different from what he had imagined. Sage Zhongyi was about to vomit blood. He had come to apologize, but Lin Fan was so serious. It was obvious that he didn't give Xian's sect any face. If it was a normal day, he would have brushed his sleeves and left. Sage Zhongyi laughed dryly. Alliance leader is thinking too much. Chapter 703. Zhongyi was chased out just like that. How embarrassing! Luckily no one saw it, otherwise the news would have spread like wildfire. Lin Fei, I personally came to apologize and tried to compensate you. What else do you want? Do you really have to fall out with me? Xian's sect isn't afraid of a battle. Taoist Zhang Yi was a sect leader, the leader of one of the top powers in the continent. Usually, who wouldn't be respectful to him? For thousands of years, it had always been like this. But today, it was completely different. His face was no longer of any use. Taoist Zhang Yi didn't even give a damn about him. With a single sentence, he was chased out. This time, he took the initiative to come to ease their relationship. He couldn't become enemies and be targeted. Thus, he brought rich compensation. In the end, he paid a lot of money. If they didn't ease their relationship now, once the alien race army was ready to counterattack, their relationship wouldn't be good. Once the war started, they would most likely be unlucky. If they charged up and became cannon fodder, The other factions would be eager to weaken Xian Sec's strength. But Demon Lin didn't give him face and acted like he was doing things by the book. Zhang Yi wouldn't accept this outcome even if he was beaten to death. Thicken his face and go again? Zhang Yi couldn't bring himself to do that. He heard Demon Lin say that he didn't have a problem with him and that he didn't care about Taoist gentlemen's matter. But he had targeted him before. Did he think that he was a saint? Could he really put everything down? This sect master's heart is filled with anger. Zhang Yi was unwilling to go back just like that. Sect leader, I think we can start from another aspect. The elder at the side suggested. Why don't you say it? This concerns our Xian sect, so we just need a way. Zhang Yi calmed himself down. Demon Lin doesn't take any benefits and looks like he's tough to deal with. But in reality, if we start from another aspect, we might be able to succeed. For example, his women. The elder said carefully. Demon Lin has 2 women and he is doing things by the book. We can start from the women. After all, women are soft. Moreover, Lin Jiqing, who is in charge of Myth City, is a knowledgeable woman. We can. Immortal Zhang Yi was silent for a moment and made a decision. Then let's start with Lin Jiqing. It's better than starting with Lin Fei. He's just a stone in the latrine pit. It's a waste of time on him. Even though Reverend Zhang Yi was filled with anger, he still had to make a trip to the Myth City for the sake of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Wife, if that Taoist Master Zhang Yi isn't an idiot, he will definitely start with you. When the time comes, you must swindle him. That's right. Tell Little Feng to swindle him as well. In any case, the Celestial Sect of Wonders is rich, so spitting blood is nothing. In the room, Lin Fei said this to his wife, Lin Jiqing. If Zhang Yi heard this, he would probably scold. Demon Lin is just full of evil tricks. He's clearly trying to scam our Xian sect. In the room, the canopy unfurled, and the 2 of them started talking. Hubby, you're so bad. If Reverend Zhang Yi comes, I will definitely make him bleed. If not, I would be letting you down for taking care of him. Lin Jiqing giggled. Lin Fei rejected Reverend Zhang Yi in front of him. This was a show of strength, and he didn't want any benefits? Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. How could that be possible? Only an idiot would reject it. Moreover, the Celestial Sect of Wonders had a deep foundation that made people envious. After sitting in the position of alliance leader, Lin Fei naturally had to put on airs. Reverend Zhang Yi apologizing and compensating was a matter of course. If he accepted it in front of him, he wouldn't be able to squeeze any benefits out of it. However, it would be much better if Lin Jiqing opened her mouth. If you don't want to give it to me, that's fine. I'll find a chance to make things difficult for you. Let's see if you vomit blood or not. In the eyes of Lin Fei, a colossus like the Celestial Sect of Wonders was just a big fat pig. If he didn't go up and slaughter it a few times, it would be really embarrassing. Reverend Zhang Yi came to visit. If he didn't slaughter it, it would be a waste. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another shop. Lin Fei chatted with Lin Jiqing for a while more. He looked at his daughter. She seemed to be changing every day. She was chubby and very cute. Lord, the people from the Sword God sect are here. Just as he ended the conversation, the servant knocked on the door again. There was another message. Who came? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Fei was very conflicted about his feelings towards the Sword God sect. On one hand, the Sword God sect had done him a favor back then. This was something that Lin Fei would never forget. But on the other hand, they allowed the Sword God young master to deal with him, and expelled him from the Sword God sect. This matter left a knot in Lin Fei's heart. There was a gap between them, and it wasn't something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Everyone would have emotions. Lin Fei was the same. It wasn't any less than others. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the Sword God sect had come to visit. There seems to be a great elder or something. The servant thought for a while and said, Oh yes, there seems to be a 9-fingered sword celestial. Lin Fei sighed softly and said, Go and invite the nine-fingered sword celestial in. As for the others, arrange for them to rest. Lin Fei didn't want to meet the higher-ups of the Sword God sect. He knew that the higher-ups of the Sword God sect were a group of elders. Everything was decided by them. When you guys gave up on me back then, you knew that this day would come. Don't even think about it. Lin Fei still had emotions subconsciously. Even though he had become the Alliance Master, Lin Fei was still a young man. It was hard for him to change in a short period of time. Lin Fei, should I call you Alliance Master Lin now, or the nine-fingered sword celestial was as carefree as before? He asked with a smile the moment he entered. Uncle Master, aren't you making things difficult for me? Lin Fei said with a smile. The nine-fingered sword celestial heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lin Fei would become unreasonable. Back then, when he saved the best seed, he knew that the Sword God sect would have a glorious day in the future. With such a genius in swordsmanship, the Sword God sect's glorious day was no longer a dream. In fact, the nine-fingered sword celestial was right. Lin Fei's strength rose at a rocketing speed. In a short time, he went from being a nobody to becoming a celestial immortal. It could be said that everything was as expected. The only thing that didn't come true was that the Sword God sect didn't become famous because of this. Instead, it became a huge joke. It should be said that it became the joke of the whole continent. When he found out that the elders had given up on Lin Fei, the nine-fingered sword celestial knew that they would definitely regret it. Even though the Sword God was the #1 genius of the sect at that time and was favored by the heavens, his undisguised ambition had always made people very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the sect valued him so much that the nine-fingered sword celestial could do nothing about it. The only thing the nine-fingered sword celestial didn't expect was that they would give up on Lin Fei. The regret came so quickly that he couldn't get used to it. The Sword God sect had lost all its face. The entire elders were filled with regret. Lin Fei, there's something I've always wanted to say to you. That slap you gave them was really resounding. It was such a satisfying slap that those old antiques will finally regret it. Lin Fei blinked, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. You're not angry? Why would I be angry? Those old antiques in the sect are all inflexible. From the beginning, I thought that indulging the Sword God would lead to trouble sooner or later. I've always had good foresight. The nine-fingered sword celestial felt very satisfied. But they didn't listen. Fortunately, you defeated the Sword God and shattered his ambition. Otherwise, the continent might really become his peerless kingdom. When that time comes, who knows how many more people will die. Lin Fei knew that the Sword God sect had sent the nine-fingered sword celestial here to play the emotional card. He didn't expect to hear such words. I'm very surprised. I thought you would advise me. The nine-fingered sword celestial laughed loudly. Advise you? In fact, I can't even be happy enough. Over the years, the only thing I'm happy about is saving you and making you a disciple of the Sword God sect. You don't know this, but after you became the Supreme Alliance leader and became a celestial immortal, the Saber Sect's sect master personally came to the Sword God sect. He was quite frightened. Also, the Mu clan empire that wanted to kill you back then is now in a state of panic. They're afraid that you'll destroy them. Ever since the Saber sect and the Mu clan had become celestial immortals, they were just ants in Lin Fei's eyes. There was no point in him making a move against them. Martial uncle, I heard that you like good wine. I have some good wine here. You have to taste it. Lin Fei smiled happily. He changed the topic. He really didn't want to talk about this. I heard that your Myth City has good wine. You even took in the 4 great fiends. Of course, I have to taste this wine. The two started drinking in the room and chatted about all sorts of things. The nine-fingered sword celestial didn't seem to want to talk about the purpose of this trip at all. They just drank and drank. Martial uncle, go back and tell them that the Sword God sect is the Sword God sect, and the Sword God is the Sword God. These are two different things. I can forgive them. Towards the end, Lin Fei said to the nine-fingered sword Celestial. Sigh. The nine-fingered sword Celestial sighed. You're more benevolent than the sword god. Unfortunately, they made the wrong choice. Originally, the sword god sect could have been glorious, but now it was all for naught. From this moment on, the nine-fingered sword Celestial knew that Lin Fei no longer had anything to do with the sword god sect. What the sword god sect did, and what they chose to do next was up to them. Martial uncle, in the future, if you get tired of living in the sword god sect, you can come to Myth City. I believe that it will be a good place. Ha ha, aren't you afraid that I'll drink all your wine? Martial uncle, even if it's a bottomless pit, I can let you drink to your heart's content. He really said that? The nine-fingered sword Celestial returned drunk and reeked of alcohol. Lin Fei is benevolent and has already forgiven us. What else do you want? He is already a celestial immortal and will ascend to the higher realms soon. The nine-fingered sword Celestial poured cold water on them. Everyone immediately sobered up. Lin Fei was about to ascend. It was already too late for them to do anything. Chapter 704. The visit of the Celestial Mystic Sect and the Sword God Sect seemed to be a secret, but in reality, everyone had spies. When the news spread, everyone sighed. What was the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot? It was no different from the scene in front of them. Demon Lin couldn't be offended. Even the mighty Celestial Mystic Sect had to lower their heads and apologize. After the conscription order was passed down, the entire continent was in an uproar. When the mutated ones invaded the continent, every sect and every force suffered greatly. Their disciples died or were injured, and their vitality was greatly damaged. The continent's dynasties were overturned, and the debt of blood was piled up. Everyone on the continent wanted to resist the mutated ones, but it was a mess. They didn't know where to start. Instead, they were attacked by the mutated ones everywhere. As the conscription order was passed down, everyone was excited. The day to counterattack the mutated ones had finally arrived. The Supreme Alliance leader was still Demon Lin. That ruthless guy instantly gave them supreme confidence. 3 days later, another shocking news came out of the continent. The elites of the continent joined forces and attacked the mutated ones' branches. There were more than 10 of them, and they killed hundreds of thousands of mutated ones. At the same time, they beheaded the forces that had surrendered to the mutated ones. This news made everyone excited. It was as if they could see the day when the mutated ones were chased out of the continent and even attacked their savage world. The war to counterattack the mutated ones had begun. After the conscription order was passed down, warriors rushed to the strongholds in groups. Each stronghold was guarded by heaven immortals to prevent the mutated ones from attacking. In just half a month, an army of over 100 million warriors was assembled. No matter what force or sect they were, no one dared to hide anything in front of the conscription order. Everyone had seen what happened to the previous few sections. In front of the conscription order, everyone arranged for their disciples to participate. The influence of the continent's alliance began to spread across the continent. Gradually, they had a certain level of influence. The Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei, contributed the creation of Heaven and Earth Joint Attack Formation. Against the mutated one's army, he couldn't fight them alone. He could only rely on the combination of formations. The Heaven-Splitting Earth Formation was a secret technique of the dragon race. Its might was astonishing, and with a Heaven Immortal leading the formation, it could unleash its strongest attack against the outsiders. An army of over 100 million warriors would be carefully selected. As for the rest, they would be left to clean up the remaining alien races in various regions. The warriors selected would be the strongest army on the continent. Lin Fei divided them into 10 great Pangu formations and appointed 10 heaven immortals to lead the 10 million strongest warriors. Everyone's more or less done with the heaven-splitting earth-splitting formation. Let's counterattack. I believe that everyone has already familiarized themselves with the heaven-splitting earth-splitting formation and is able to display 80 to 90% of its power. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. After Lin Fei returned from the Dragon Island, he held the last meeting before the counterattack. After half a month of preparation, Lin Fei felt that it was about time. He should have more or less mastered the Big Bang technique. If he continued, it would easily destroy the morale of the martial artists, which would be disadvantageous to the war. The demons are ready, Tai was the first to speak. With the heaven-splitting earth-splitting formation, I can control Pangu and display 90% of its power. The Oceanids can use 80% of their power. No one would hold back on such matters. It seems that everyone has more or less mastered it. Lin Fei was very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, 10 immortal treasures appeared in front of him. These are immortal treasures that I have specially prepared for everyone. They can increase your attack power and allow you to unleash 100% of your power. In order to complete this mission of peace on the continent, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. 100% of his power? Everyone was shocked. They knew that Demon Lin was extremely mysterious and had an endless supply of treasures. It was not easy to make Pangu, who was summoned by the Big Bang technique, unleash 100% of his power. Everyone present knew that the Big Bang technique was an astonishing joint attack formation. Due to the lack of time, it had not been mastered perfectly. Naturally, it could not unleash 100% of its power. Someone like Tai, who could unleash 90% of his power, was a pretty awesome existence. The others were temporarily unable to reach Tai's level. The army of 10 million martial artists, from half-step sky immortals to itinerant immortals, had been strictly divided. Over the past half a month, they had formed the perfect formation to unleash the strongest attack. That's right. This is the heaven-cleaving sword. It has an amplifying effect. Lin Fei nodded. In a while, I will pass on the technique to you. Once you refine the heaven-cleaving sword and activate the Big Bang technique, you will be able to unleash 100% of your power. Alliance leader Lin is so benevolent. If we can unleash 100% of our power, our chances of defeating the alien army will increase by a few percent. Lin Fei gave out the heaven-cleaving sword and passed on the technique to all of you so that you can quickly refine it and perfectly control Pangu. Boom. Outside the Myth City, the formation covered everything. But even so, Pangu's aura was still soaring into the sky. Haha, I can finally unleash 100% of my power. Black Heaven Priest controlled Pangu and unleashed 100% of his power. The shocking power shocked everyone. How many treasures does Demon Lin have on him? He is giving them away just like that? This was what all the big shots were thinking. Why don't all of you give it a try? Lin Fei naturally knew what they were thinking. I have plenty of treasures. Let's see what you choose. With the heaven-cleaving sword in hand, Pangu could unleash powerful combat power and reach a perfect state. Alliance leader, when are we going to attack? My celestial sword is already thirsty. Everyone looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei had a plan. We need to start reclaiming our territory and gather the alien races together. Then, it will be our final battle. Right now, we need to attack from 10 different directions. The outsiders had occupied every corner of the continent, forming many strongholds. If they weren't uprooted, their counterattack would be nothing more than a joke. Only when the outsiders were forced into a corner would they truly start a decisive battle to decide the outcome of the battle. Everyone was in favor of Lin Fei's plan. They would attack from the strongholds and force them to gather together. This was a good idea. As for the remaining alien races, they could rely on the martial artist army to clear them out. Let's go at midnight. Lin Fei arranged the 10 locations and decided to attack in the afternoon. No one objected to this decision. Everyone was extremely excited. The alien race army had wreaked havoc on the continent for many years. Everyone was holding their breath. From midnight onwards, the counterattack would officially begin. At midnight, the moon hung high in the sky. Lin Fei changed into a black armor. He was filled with killing intent like a god had descended. Everyone, let's go. Chapter 705. Tiani Empire. This place, which had long been occupied by the alien tribe, became an important stronghold of the alien tribe on the continent, with millions of alien tribe soldiers. They were extremely powerful. Through this stronghold, they controlled a large area, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide. In the entire area, the human tribe became slaves, and they worked as miners. In the Tiani Imperial Palace, when the alien tribe army attacked, the Tiani Empire was the first to surrender. All the forces in the city resisted, so the alien tribe massacred the human tribe. Blood flowed like a river, and millions of people died. Only then did they completely control the Tiani Empire. At this time, the Tiani Imperial Palace was full of singing and dancing. The leaders of the alien tribe were drinking merrily, and they regarded themselves as nobles, looking down on the weak human tribe. When they were dissatisfied, they would kill the human tribe to vent their anger. Not bad, not bad, the human tribe women are beautiful, and they dance well. Sitting at the head of the table was a three-eyed outsider. His entire body was dark green, and he was called the Three-Eyed Outsider. According to legends, the Three-Eyed Outsider's 3 eyes could see through heaven and earth, and the vertical eye in the middle had a destructive light that could destroy everything. Your Majesty, we have recently captured a group of human tribe rebels, and there are many beautiful girls among them. Shall I send them to your room tonight? A three-eyed alien sitting next to the throne said. Most like those human women from last time. This king likes to torture them to death and then slowly eat them. Human girls are very delicious. Satsuma grinned from his seat of honor. His eyes emitted a ruthless aura. The surrounding humans were so scared that they began to tremble. They were the royal family of the Tiani Empire, who had surrendered to the Three-Eyed Outsider, and continued to enjoy their luxuries. However, they were terrified by the Three-Eyed Outsider's behavior. The emperor of the human tribe treated the beauties like treasures, but in the eyes of the Three-Eyed Outsider, he was a demon who enjoyed torturing beauties and then eating them alive. Your Majesty, this time we have specially prepared them for you. These human tribe rebels are reckless. We will kill them every time they come. Satsuma nodded in satisfaction. Right, pass down my orders to all strongholds to be on guard against the human race's sneak attack. The higher-ups have already given the order. That damned Continental Alliance has been formed, and they're preparing to counterattack our foreign races. I really don't know where they get their courage from. This king really hopes that they'll attack us. That way, we'll have more meat to eat, ha ha. Great king pressure. Great king pressure. The outsiders on the left and right said in unison. Alliance leader, the largest stronghold of the Tiani Empire is right below us. Once we get rid of this stronghold, we'll be able to liberate the hundreds of millions of miles of territory, the scout reported. The humans launched an all-out counterattack. Lin Fei wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. The Tiani Empire would be the first target, and it would be a huge blow to the alien races. With the help of the divine fire space, Lin Fei broke through the periphery and arrived at the Tiani Empire. His powerful divine sense covered the whole Tiani Empire. He knew that the Tiani Empire was the largest stronghold. There were no less than 500,000 individual immortals and 30 half-step celestial immortals. With such a strong force, ordinary counterattacks would not be able to break their defense. Let's start from here tonight. Lin Fei released 10 million itinerant immortal experts to form the Genesis of Heaven and Earth Array formation to summon Emperor Pangu. In reality, Lin Fei was Emperor Pangu. With the battle strength of a heaven immortal, Pangu the Great became even stronger, his aura soaring into the sky. Open! Lin Fei, who was 10,000 feet tall, slashed down with the heaven-splitting sword. Boom! The array formation above the Tiani Empire shook violently. Oh no, the humans are here! Fight back! The alien races in the imperial capital were in a panic. Emperor Pangu the Great's aura was too strong. With one slash, the array formation began to shake, which scared them. Even when the human army attacked last time, the array formation did not show any signs of collapse. Not bad, the array formation of the alien races can block 30% of my battle strength. Lin Fei's attack just now was a test. Break. Lin Fei mobilized his strength. He had to admire the dragon race for having such a powerful array formation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The sword light slashed on the array formation. With this slash, Lin Fei used 50% of his battle strength. The array formation of the Tiani Empire suddenly broke and turned into thousands of light spots. A large number of alien races were killed on the spot. Blood flowed like a river. Ha ha, you humans are finally here. Just in time to kill you all. Samo rushed out of the ruins of the imperial palace. His blood-red eyes flashed with excitement. He was like a bloodthirsty animal staring at its prey. Behind him was a group of half-step celestial immortals. Kill! Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. The sword light swept across the area with 90% of his battle strength. The alien races had always been cunning. As soon as they attacked, Lin Fei used all his strength, not giving them any chance. Divine Light of Destruction. The most powerful sword strike. Satsuma roared as he sensed the danger. He had never thought that this person would be so powerful. A single sword strike could cause such danger. The half-step heaven immortals behind him opened their third eye at the same time. A destructive aura spread out as a golden screen appeared in front of them, dyeing the night sky golden. Such a terrifying aura of destruction could only be displayed by the alien races. Under the Jingguang's canopy, the surroundings quickly melted and turned into ruins. The aura of destruction lingered in the ruins. Unfortunately, they had neglected Lin Fei. He was not an ordinary celestial immortal, and this array was not an ordinary array either. The invincible sword will rushed over and tore a huge hole in the Jingguang's canopy, breaking the three-eyed alien race's Jingguang's canopy. The Jingguang's canopy shattered like glass. The invincible sword will swept across them. The leading half-step celestial triops were cut in half at the waist and killed on the spot. Too strong. Run. He's a celestial immortal. Out of the 30 half-step celestial immortals, 10 were killed in the blink of an eye. The rest fled in panic. As for the King Samo, he bore the brunt of the attack and was killed by Lin Fei. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Lin Fei sneered. He swung his sword and killed the remaining half-step celestial immortals one by one. Lin Fei's combat strength was too strong to control the Big Bang formation. If it was someone else, they might have felt some pressure when facing the divine light of destruction. After losing the three-eyed aliens, the rest of the loose immortals were out of control. They were no longer a threat. Lin Fei took out the heaven and earth furnace and suppressed them in it. These were a large number of points and jinchi. Plunder! Plunder! Inform the extermination army to clean up this area. I want them to be killed in the same way they killed the human clan. Lin Fei ordered the spy. He tore open the void and rushed to the next stronghold, uprooting all the alien strongholds in the Tiani Empire. Lin Fei uprooted the first big stronghold. In another place, the Greater One spiritual master had transformed into Pangu the Great, holding the heaven-splitting sword against the alien general. They were engaged in a fierce battle. He took advantage of the opponent's weakness and killed him with one sword strike. Ha 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 ha, this is so cool. The Greater One spiritual master threw his head back and laughed. The alien general is just SOSO. I'll kill you all. He brandished his sword and rushed into the alien army, starting a crazy massacre. There were wails everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Similar situations occurred in many strongholds. With the divine power of Pangu the Great, he almost wiped out all the strongholds. The pressure was reduced, and the sects also began to attack the remaining defeated alien races. Overnight, the situation began to change greatly. The next day, the news spread throughout the continent. Although the strongholds that were uprooted were only a part of the continent, they saw hope. The hope of defeating the alien army. 10 days. It was not a long time, nor was it a short time. The rebel army was in a good situation. They gradually recovered their territory. The alien army continued to collapse. One stronghold after another was uprooted. A large number of alien race loose immortals and half-step celestial immortals were killed. Blood flowed like a river and the sky changed color. The 10 great generals became famous in the continent. Each of them became an existence that people worship. Among them, Lin Fei was the most worshipped. His reputation became even more resounding. As for the previous title of Demon Lin, it was directly ignored and replaced by Alliance Leader Lin. As the strongholds continued to crumble, the Alliance army's numbers kept increasing. They wiped out the alien races everywhere. At first, they surrounded the human race. Now, it was the human race's turn. Life really had its ups and downs. The alien races suffered great losses. The divine kings could not sit still anymore. They began to recall the alien races outside to prevent further attack. At the same time, they formed a blockade, temporary encampment in a huge senfu. Outside the senfu, the loose immortals and half-step celestial immortals formed a defensive formation. The alien races have started to withdraw their forces. Our plan is working. They can't afford such losses. This is more in line with our fighting style. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He had been raiding the alien race's strongholds day and night. He had finally succeeded. The people present were all representative. They naturally understood what it meant when the alien races started to withdraw their forces. This was an important step forward for them. The alien races could no longer accept losses. In 10 days, the 10 great generals swept through one stronghold after another. As long as it wasn't a divine king, with great Emperor Pangu's power, they were invincible. Alliance leader, in a few days we can fight them. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Tai was the one with the most murderous intent in the past few days. His body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Without a divine king guarding the strongholds, Tai practically swept through them. Even when he encountered a powerful divine king, he was still killed. Such rapid progress was actually beyond their imagination. Actually, the Genesis splitter formation was too strong. Plus, it could use 100% of its power. It was truly invincible. All of this was just the beginning. The real battle was coming. Chapter 706. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The human alliance relied on the might of Pangu the Great Emperor to continuously reclaim the occupied territories. During this period of time, the divine kings of the foreign races led the foreign races and both sides engaged in several fierce battles. Both sides suffered losses and were testing each other's strength. The 10 generals of the human race were temporarily the strongest force on the continent. This force could not be concealed, and had already become the stabilizing force of the human race. The 10 generals had already fought with the 10 great divine kings. For the time being, both sides could not do anything to each other. At the same time, the battle lines of both sides quickly gathered together. The 10 great divine kings occupied an empire in the south of the continent and became the last base camp of the continent. They controlled the southern region of the continent. On the human alliance's side, they controlled the north of the continent and temporarily formed a situation of north and south facing each other. Alliance leader, aren't you letting them off easy by coming out personally? In the endless void, a warship flew past. On the warship, the scarlet refined heavenly demon could not help but say. In his opinion, it was better to stay in the base camp and command the battle. He should not take the risk and come out. The foreign races are holed up in the south. With the 10 great divine kings holding down the fort, Victory seems to be one-sided. If you really think that way, you will definitely regret it. Lin Fei sat on the seat and said with a smile. I almost forgot. The foreign races could dominate for a period of time in the past. They are not as simple as they appear on the surface. The scarlet refined heavenly demon quivered and seemed to have thought of something. Are you talking about the Holy Mother? In the cabin, there were only a few people who understood the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is a special race. The 10 great divine kings are all nurtured by them. It is not wrong to nurture another 10 great divine kings. Lin Fei said with a smile. Have you all noticed that the territories we reclaimed have a sharp decline in population? In addition, the foreign races have changed their behavior and are wantonly attacking and plundering the population. It might be for the Holy Mother. Lin Fei stopped there and did not continue. Everyone's face turned solemn. City Lord, we have arrived at the Fire Beacon continent. It is one of the worlds that have been occupied by the foreign races. A scout quickly ran in and reported the situation. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lin Fei stood up. When the battle line between the north and the south was opened, Lin Fei found an opportunity to go to the land outside and cut off the non-humankind army's retreat. With the previous victories, Lin Fei didn't think that they could keep suppressing the foreign races. Especially after the 10 great god kings came out to fight a few times and chose to turtle up, he realized that something was going to happen. The first thing that came to Lin Fei's mind was the mother insect. The system had recorded that it was a powerful existence. If Lin Fei was still able to see through it, then he could forget about being the leader of the alliance. The battleship entered the Fire Beacon continent. The sky was filled with flames. It was a red nation. Lin Fei's divine sense swept outwards and everything within a radius of 5 million kilometers appeared before his eyes. After advancing to the heavenly immortal stage, his divine sense was able to extend to a full 5 million kilometers. Don't kill us! We're not going, let us go. You strange races, someone will come and kill you sooner or later. In the blood-colored underground world, miserable, despairing, and angry voices filled the air. In front of the gigantic blood-colored whirlpool, a large group of suppressed humans were chased up and forced into the blood-colored whirlpool. Behind them, there was an endless stream of human figures. There were at least billions of them, tens of billions of people. Above the blood-colored whirlpool, there were tall and ugly foreign races standing guard along the way. They chased the humans into the whirlpool. Anyone who moved would be killed. Corpses were strewn all over the place. That blood-colored whirlpool was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the human race without stopping. Above the whirlpool, on a high platform, there was a tall figure wearing blood-colored battle armor. The aura around him turned into blood-colored lotuses that bloomed repeatedly. When can the other passage be opened? If this continues, the speed is too slow. The God Kings can't wait any longer and will fly into a rage. Blood Devil retracted his gaze and asked the person beside him with an anxious expression. Replying to the king, our people are working hard. I believe we can open the other passage tomorrow and increase the speed of the delivery. No, it's too slow. Tell them to speed up. I want to see the passage open in half a day. These humans are the best flesh and blood nourishment. There cannot be any mistakes. Neither you nor I can bear this crime. Blood Devil coldly said. This lowly one will arrange it immediately. Only Blood Devil was left on the high platform. Fire Beacon Continent has plundered 100 billion people. With my contribution, I can probably become a God King by then. Blood Devil squinted his eyes as he was intoxicated. Whoever dares to stop me from becoming a God King, this daddy will kill them. Ha 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 ha, City Lord, the population of Fire Beacon Continent seems to have been plundered. The warship stealthily entered the continent. Everywhere it passed, there were no signs of human habitation. Ruins were faintly visible. The once prosperous Fire Beacon Continent had become a dead world. It seems like we were right to come this time. Lin Fei also realized the severity of the problem. The population is very important to the foreign races. We need to find out why they need so many people. Lin Fei constantly released his divine senses to check Fire Beacon Continent. Even though Fire Beacon Continent wasn't big, the current Lin Fei couldn't quickly scan the entire continent. He could only search inch by inch. Found it! 1 hour later, Lin Fei used his powerful divine senses to find the base camp of the foreign races. Human race. The human race of Fire Beacon Continent and a large number of demonic beasts. Looking down from above, they could see everything clearly. On the Blood Plains, the black army of the foreign races was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. The entire plains were guarded, and below them were countless humans. They were constantly rushing towards the passages and killing those that didn't go. There were more than 10 blood passages, just like the gates of hell. What do the foreign races want? Lin Fei frowned as this was unexpected. He couldn't figure it out, but from the looks of it, there were at least tens of billions of people. City Lord, let's just kill our way out and save them first. The scarlet refining heavenly devil's strength had increased. He was now a half-step heaven immortal. His desire for battle was even stronger. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he had to save them first. Let's start from here. Lin Fei flew out from the warship and activated the formation. Emperor Pengu appeared in the sky and swung his divine sword, sending out endless sword chi. Defensive formation? None at all. Lin Fei's sword swept across like a storm, crushing a large number of the foreign races into dust. Not good, the human race is here. With one slash, the foreign race's iron fortress was torn open. The foreign races were in chaos. They quickly formed their first wave of attack. The suppressed humans below all stopped. Their pale faces couldn't help but reveal a smile. They finally saw hope. They're here to save us. The human race from the other great worlds are here to save us. This news was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. Emperor Pengu's Lin Fei looked down on everyone. Even though the foreign race's rogue immortals were strong, with the divine sword in hand, it was like chopping vegetables. Chapter 707. Savage Wilderness Great World. This base camp of the foreign races was filled with a black mass of army with no end in sight. Under a huge volcano crater, scorching magma tumbled continuously. Bubbles flew out and collided with the rock. Scorching air waves spread everywhere, and huge pits appeared on the hard rock. The 10 great divine kings were gathered below. The scorching air waves were dispersed by them. All of them had solemn expressions, and a smile flashed across their faces as they looked ahead. It was no small matter for the 10 great divine kings to gather here. On the boiling magma, a blood-colored tree was rooted in the magma. It was 30,000 feet tall. The blood-colored tree wasn't a true tree. It didn't have any branches or leaves. Instead, it was covered with blood vessels as thick as an arm. There were hundreds and thousands of blood vessels like this. 30,000 feet high, a huge white cocoon of light was giving off sacred light. In less than half a year, Lord Holy Mother should be able to recover. Divine King Hao Tian looked at the cocoon of light and said, "Unfortunately, we underestimated Demon Lin, causing the continent to be reclaimed by them. If we had known, we would have killed Demon Lin back then. This day wouldn't have come." Transformation Divine King said in frustration. "What's wrong with that? We can take back our lost territory." Crimson Light Divine King sneered. "They would never have thought that we didn't attack the continent for resources, but for a large number of people. The large number of people of the human race is our goal." On the blood-colored tree, blood flowed rapidly through the blood vessels and into the cocoon of light. The cocoon of light shone brightly, and multicolored light filled the sky. More than half of the population of Xiantian continent has been taken in by us. Even if the human race knows, it's useless. They can't attack our savage wilderness great world, Heavenly Wings Divine King said. "You did well, you didn't disappoint me." Suddenly, a huge human face appeared on the cocoon of light. It was extremely ugly, but in the eyes of the divine kings, it was an incomparably familiar aura. Holy Mother! The 10 great divine kings knelt down, and the magma couldn't invade them. So, inside the cocoon of light was their Holy Mother of the foreign races. At this moment, Holy Mother had revealed herself. Back then, Holy Mother had been heavily injured and couldn't recover. That was why the foreign races kept attacking the various great worlds and plundering their population to recover Holy Mother's injuries. Since the Holy Mother had set a deadline of 1 year, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. They immediately attacked with their full strength. Coupled with the appearance of the starry sky-shaking beast, they were able to suppress the sex of the continent. This is what we should do. Godly King Hao Tian was overwhelmed by the favor. However, this is not enough. I need a large amount of flesh and blood. The Holy Mother said, I've seen all of your recent battles. Therefore, in a while, I will activate my power and nurture a intergenerational God King to reverse the current situation for you. Great. The 10 great divine kings' faces revealed delighted looks. The outsiders had a huge population, but in terms of God Kings, they were extremely lacking. They were inferior to the human race, but with their powerful human armies, they eventually conquered the various worlds one by one. If they had enough God Kings, they wouldn't have to worry about the human race. At the same time, I will pass on a spell formation to fight against the humans. I want you to take over the mysterious Heaven Great World and capture those powerful flesh and blood. Everyone understood that even if a large number of people were to recover, they would still be inferior to powerful celestial immortals. The Holy Mother continued. Multicolored light filled the sky, enveloping the interior of the volcano. The Holy Mother disappeared, and the cocoon of light dimmed as if it had consumed a huge amount of energy. Even the brilliance it released was not as bright as before. 3 days later, God Kings will be born in the cocoon. Although their strength is inferior to yours, they can lend you a hand. Do not disappoint me. The Holy Mother's voice faded. Looking at the huge tree that was 100,000 feet tall, there were dozens of cocoons of light hanging. A God King roughly counted, a total of 67 cocoons. These cocoons were completely black and 100 feet wide. They hung on the tree as if they were growing on it. If the human race knew that the outsiders had produced 67 God Kings in 3 days, even though their strength was inferior to the 10 great divine kings, a God King was still a God King with the combat strength of a celestial immortal. With their help, we can crush the human race alliance. We, the outsiders, have many itinerant immortals. This time, we must teach the human race a lesson. Every God King finally had a smile on their faces. Godly King Hao Tian opened his eyes. Lord Holy Mother, the energy consumption is too great. For the time being, she can't pay attention to us. This king has already obtained the secret technique. Bang! Before Godly King Hao Tian finished speaking, a huge blood vessel on the tree suddenly exploded, withered, and disappeared. The God Kings were enraged. A large blood vessel ruptured. It was equivalent to a great world losing its supply. Something happened to the Fire Beacon continent. Godly King Heavenly Wings took a look and said in a deep voice. At this time, something happened to the Fire Beacon continent. The consequences of losing a supply were undoubtedly very serious. Immediately bring people over. You must find the culprit. Godly King Hao Tian was enraged. Just now, he had guaranteed in front of the Holy Mother that nothing would happen. In the blink of an eye, one of the branches had ruptured. How could he not be enraged? I'll go immediately. Godly King Heavenly Wings said. The remaining God Kings, guard here and wait for the God King to be nurtured. There must be no more problems, Godly King Hao Tian ordered. Even though this was the savage great world, their headquarters, they had to be careful when faced with a situation. Especially when the Holy Mother expended her energy to produce white cocoons and nurture God Kings. Apart from a limited number of God Kings, the rest stayed under this volcano, waiting for the God King to be born. Apart from that, they studied the secret technique that the Holy Mother had passed down. Fire Beacon Continent. Lin Fei went straight for the root of the problem, killing his way down from the surface. Under Great Emperor Pangu's array formation, unless a God King appeared, it was nearly impossible. The foreign races did not expect that someone would appear on the Fire Beacon Continent. This was a mid-level world. The arrangements left behind by the foreign races were very powerful. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei killed his way down from the surface. When he encountered a leader-like existence, he immediately killed him. When he saw the huge vortex below, he destroyed it with one sword strike. After killing the foreign race experts of the Fire Beacon Continent, Lin Fei stopped. He left the rest to them to handle. What exactly is this blood-colored vortex? Even though he destroyed the blood-colored vortex with one sword strike, Lin Fei did not know the origins of this blood-colored vortex. Subconsciously, this blood-colored vortex was related to the disappearance of a large number of humans. Back then, when Lin Fei saw the blood-colored vortex, he felt that it was not something good, so he directly destroyed it. City Lord, this is a member of the original royal family of the Fire Beacon Continent. A subordinate with a few noble auras. There were a few people with noble temperament. Although they had temporarily declined, one could still see the temperament of the royal family on their faces. You are members of the royal family? Lin Fei's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man. His face was rather pale, clearly having been interrogated. Now that his strength had recovered, his complexion had changed quite a bit. I am Adept Tianqian of the Fire Beacon Continent. I was once the master of the Fire Beacon Continent. Adept Tianqian said. I thank you for saving us. Otherwise, all of us on the Fire Beacon Continent would have been completely annihilated. Adept Tianqian thought that they were dead for sure. His power had been sealed, making it impossible for him to break out. The foreign army had tried to break out of the encirclement several times but were unable to. Instead, a large number of them had died. In the end, Adept Tianqian had given up. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a giant descended from the heavens and destroyed the formation, killing their experts. Adept Tianqian knew that they were saved. My lord is the leader of the Xiantian Continent Alliance. The members of the royal family behind Adept Tianqian revealed surprised expressions. So it is the leader of the Xiantian Continent. This old man greets the leader. The Fire Beacon Continent was very powerful, but compared to the Xiantian Continent, it was nothing. The Xiantian Continent was the true major world. It was more than 100 times the size of the Fire Beacon Continent. Experts were as common as the clouds, not something that the Fire Beacon Continent could compare to. Although he didn't know the leader's background, Adept Tianqian knew that no one would dare to say such a thing. It's just an empty title. Lin Fei smiled. I'll have to trouble Adept Tianqian to take care of the people below. Adept Tianqian was surprised. This young man was much more broad-minded than he had imagined. He had thought that the young man would control them, but after hearing this, he realized that he had been thinking too much. He felt quite ashamed. Go help them. Take care of the order and arrange for them to stay here for now. Adept Tianqian said to the clansmen behind him. There were so many people on the Fire Beacon Continent. Lin Fei wasn't interested in taking care of them. Coincidentally, he had discovered the secret of the outsiders. The outsiders were quickly defeated. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't bring many people with him. The outsiders fled in all directions, causing quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, the people of the Fire Beacon Continent recovered their strength and joined in the chase. They had been holding back for far too long. The entire Fire Beacon Continent was captured in one fell swoop. After being rescued, they immediately attacked and hunted down the outsiders, wanting nothing more than to kill them all. Sage Tianqian, I wonder if you know the origin of this crimson vortex? Lin Fei pointed at the crimson vortex that had been destroyed. Adept Tianqian gritted his teeth. This is a nourishment formation set up by the Outsiders. Supposedly, it teleports to the Outsiders' main camp, the Savage World. Nourishment formation? Lin Fei was a bit confused. Adept Tianqian explained. The Outsiders suppressed all of the humans on the Fire Beacon continent and sent them into this blood vortex. Our flesh and blood are turned into nourishment and teleported there. As for who they teleport to, I'm not too sure. Could it be the Holy Mother? A thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind, and then it went out of control. It must be the Holy Mother. The system said that the Holy Mother needs a large amount of nourishment. Damn it, this is the Outsiders' goal. Lin Fei finally understood the real goal of the Outsiders. Before, he always thought that they had an aggressive nature, but now, it seemed that they were doing this for the Holy Mother. Chapter 708. P.S. Thank you to Lee7894563321* for the tip. In the boundless void, a black battleship flew across the sky, and behind it, many battleships followed. There was no end in sight, and there were at least tens of thousands of battleships. These battleships were the human race's battleships. Ever since Alliance leader Lin showed off his invincible might, killing the God King of the foreign races and cutting off their main force, the foreign races lost their leader and started to collapse. The martial artists of the continent gathered together and attacked the foreign race's lone warriors. On the southern battlefront, the foreign race's main camps fell one after another, and the foreign race's warriors turned into ashes. The death of the God King caused the human race's morale to soar. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, sweeping through everything in their path. The foreign race's armies, which had already lost their morale, continued to crumble and be destroyed. Only those who managed to return to their major worlds were lucky enough to survive. After half a month of cleansing, there were no more foreign races left on the continent. All the passageways leading to the foreign major worlds had been destroyed by the foreign races, which meant that they had lost their chance to return to the continent. The Xiantian continent, which had been in chaos for so long, finally regained its peace. The black clouds dispersed, and the sun shone brightly. It was a long-awaited peace. To the continent, the foreign races had caused great damage to the continent. Who knew how many sects had lost their legacies because of this? How many sects had been annihilated because of this? How many sects had made the wrong choice because of this? How many powers had risen to power because of this? After the continent regained its peace, the Xiantian continent joined forces with the other major worlds and began to liberate the suppressed world. A month later, they stepped onto the final battlefield, the Savage World. Although the foreign armies had retreated and their god-kings had been slain, to the people of the various worlds, the foreign races would forever be a dangerous existence. This was especially true of the peerless Holy Mother. As long as she wasn't eliminated, it was possible that she would repeat the same disastrous mistakes. As for whether or not a great hero would appear by then, no one knew. The Holy Mother had to be killed. A Holy Mother who could produce a God King at any time, without question, this was an extremely dangerous thing. Thus, the scene of the warships traversing through the void towards the Savage World came about. Only after the foreign races lost their Holy Mother would they be able to truly relax. They wouldn't have to worry about her any longer. Boom, boom, boom. One warship after another charged into a brown planet. After entering this world, an aura of desolation washed over them. Everywhere they passed, there was nothing but desolation. Yellow sand danced in the air, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere, creating a whistling sound. Alliance Master, we've arrived. This is the Savage World. Countless warships hovered in the sky like a dark cloud, blocking out the sun and sky. The savage great world is truly barren. Lin Fei stood at the bow of the warship. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but desolation. There was no aura of life. No wonder they keep invading. A single world really can't satisfy them. Lin Fei had to personally oversee the Holy Mother's nest. Subconsciously, the Supreme Holy Mother was the strongest existence of the foreign races. Unfortunately, when he killed the God King back then, he had forgotten to leave one alive so that he could interrogate her for details. This was the first time they had come to the savage world. In their imaginations, the foreign races would go all out to stop them from invading the savage world. Once they conquered the savage world, the foreign races would be completely wiped out. However, the scene before them was very different from what they had imagined. The foreign races did not attack. In fact, there was no aura at all as far as the eye could see. It looks like the foreign races are planning to fight a decisive battle with us. Tell them to fan out. Once they see the foreign races' army, fire the divine martial cannons. Don't give them any chances. Lin Fei smiled as he gave the order. The eyes of the people behind him twitched. They really wanted to say, "Alliance Master, why do we need to use the divine martial cannons against these cannon fodder? It's too wasteful." Each of the elite warships was equipped with a divine martial cannon. In Lin Fei's words, since they were allies, he was willing to sell them such a powerful weapon at a low price. Others could forget about it. Lin Fei naturally earned a lot of money. Unfortunately, they were still worrying about how to obtain more resources. The divine martial cannon was a bottomless pit. No matter how rich they were, they might not be able to support it. The warships continued to fan out. As they continued to head deeper, they did not see any foreign races appear. It was as though they had completely disappeared, giving up on the savage wilderness world. The savage wilderness world was very large, even larger than the Xiantian continent. However, it was extremely desolate. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and there was no sign of life at all. The commonly seen plants and trees were completely extinct in the savage wilderness world. There was no trace of them at all. The system's words were correct. The foreign races are innately the locusts. Wherever they go, they empty out everything. The savage wilderness world really does suit the characteristics of the foreign races. Lin Fei silently thought to himself. Half a day later, an enormous golden castle suddenly appeared at the end of the horizon, as well as a black mass of foreign races. A desolate aura surged towards them. So the foreign races had long since made preparations for a major battle. They had been standing guard at their headquarters. So many foreign races formed a black mass. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a desolate aura surged towards the heavens. Upon seeing such a large number of foreign races, everyone finally understood why Lin Fei had suggested to bombard the foreign races with cannons. At the very least, it would save them trouble and reduce unnecessary casualties. We can only win this battle. We cannot lose. Lin Fei's gaze was resolute. I'll leave the matters outside to you. Lin Fei had come for this battle for the sake of the Holy Mother. Of everyone present, only he could fight against the Holy Mother. If this scourge wasn't eliminated, it would be hard for the continent to find peace. Ever since he had obtained the bloodline of this world, Lin Fei had viewed himself as a person of this world. Those distant memories were now buried deep within his mind, and he truly viewed himself as a part of the Xiantian continent. Alliance Master, don't worry. We'll definitely annihilate everything that happens outside. The Fiend Lord's killing intent surged. This time, their Devil Gate had suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, and it exploded in the skies like thunder. What followed was the sound of the outsiders attacking as well. The outsiders swarmed forward like a tidal wave. Divine martial cannon, fire! In the face of so many outsiders, the divine martial cannon showed its might. Boom, 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 brilliant beams of light tore through the skies and exploded within the outsider's army, causing huge shockwaves to sweep out. One outsider's body after another was torn apart by the shockwave. Blood rained down from the sky, landing on the dried yellow sand. The divine martial cannon is so powerful. Tai cheered loudly. Its power was unparalleled, but it used up so much energy that even he felt pained. For the sake of the outsiders, it was all worth it. Chapter 709. What? The outsiders are plundering so many people for the sake of the outsiders' Holy Mother? To heal the wounds left behind by that battle? When this news reached the Xiantian continent, the entire human race alliance was completely shocked. They were truly frightened by this news. Ever since they had reclaimed the northern part of the continent, they had discovered an important problem. A large number of the human race had disappeared. Aside from a limited number of major factions that had managed to preserve their population, almost all other places had been wiped out. Everyone had been guessing where the human population had gone. Most people believed that the human race had been plundered by the outsiders and had become their slaves to mine resources. They hadn't thought about the other reasons. When they heard the news from Lin Fei, they were all shocked. This news was world-shaking. There was no way they could relate it to the disappearance of the human race. Thus, they had their previous doubts. Despicable. This is too despicable. No wonder the outsiders are constantly invading other worlds. If we had known this would happen, we would have intervened long ago to stop them. That's why things have come to this. Our Xiantian continent is a major world. A large number of people have disappeared. Mid-level worlds and minor worlds can't compare to us. Right now, the only thing we need to know is how much the outsider's Holy Mother has recovered. That's right. The outsider's most powerful being is the Holy Mother. Even the divine kings were created by the Holy Mother's power. If the Holy Mother's injuries have fully recovered, it will be very disadvantageous for us. I suggest we send troops to liberate the other worlds and stop the outsiders from continuing. Their understanding of the outsider's Holy Mother was limited to rumors. It had happened so long ago that they had almost forgotten about the Holy Mother. 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? It had been too long. They couldn't remember clearly. It had been passed down from generation to generation. The news about the Holy Mother had been passed down from a long, long time ago. Back then, the Holy Mother's divine might had reached the heavens. She had countless experts under her command. She had established a peerless outsider's divine kingdom and enslaved the human race. The outsiders called themselves nobles. After that, the cruelty of the outsiders incited the resistance of the human race. They united the various worlds and fought a long war. In the end, the Heaven Realm sent down many immortal clones to fight against the outsider's Holy Mother. The outsider race's Holy Mother was extremely powerful. Even when the Heaven Realm immortals descended to the mortal world, they were still killed by the outsider race's Holy Mother. It was difficult for them to resist, and they suffered heavy losses. In the end, a supreme expert sent down his will and forced the outsider race's Holy Mother into the endless void. Only then did he manage to injure her. Unfortunately, the outsider race's Holy Mother used a peerless divine ability to escape. From then on, the outsiders completely retreated, and the peerless outsider's divine kingdom fell apart. The human race once again became the masters of the continent. 4 generations, it was passed down that when the Holy Mother appeared, she had to be killed. They knew how powerful the Holy Mother was. Unmatched experts attacked, yet they couldn't kill her. Even though afterwards, the unmatched experts used great divine abilities to search for the Holy Mother, in the end they still failed, having no choice but to return dejectedly. After that battle, most of the alien race's experts were killed, and the alien race's strength was greatly reduced. They were no longer as powerful as before, and the Holy Mother of the alien race had disappeared. Back then, they had at most heard of the Holy Mother's strength, but they had never seen it for themselves. The news that Lin Fei sent back really moved them. They finally understood why their ancestors had left behind the ancient instruction to kill the Holy Mother. Unfortunately, they had never taken it seriously. In addition, the various forces on the continent weren't as united as they used to be. They were fighting for themselves against the alien race, and in addition to the competition for benefits, who would go and kill the Holy Mother of the alien race. If it wasn't for the fact that the continent was about to be conquered by the alien race, this alliance meeting might not have happened. They would probably still be fighting for themselves, resulting in a large number of sects being destroyed by the alien race. Lin Fei's news was too important. Thus, after some discussion, the human alliance reached an agreement to liberate the other world. One reason was to stop the population from disappearing, and the other was to build an anti-alien army. Every world had experts. Even though the worlds had been conquered, it didn't mean that all the human experts had been killed. Liberating the large worlds was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. In the endless void, the Heavenly Wings Divine King brought a group of experts and rushed to the Fire Beacon world to find the culprit. The Fire Beacon world was a place to transport nourishment. It happened to be under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Wings Divine King. He was full of anger. In his opinion, it was definitely the work of the human resistance army. He regretted not completely killing them back then, resulting in such a thing happening. He was truly unwilling. I've arrived at the Fire Beacon world. The Heavenly Wings Divine King broke through the barrier and once again arrived at the Fire Beacon world. Damned humans, all of you deserve to die. Once he entered the Fire Beacon world, the Heavenly Wings Divine King sensed that his subordinates of the alien race were constantly being killed. Blood flowed like a river, and the horizon was one color. How dare you? You killed our people from the outsiders and still dare to swagger around? This time, we'll definitely annihilate all of you to vent our anger. The Holy Mother's revival was imminent, and such a thing happened. The Heavenly Wings Divine King could not remain calm. If he was punished by the Holy Mother, he would lose all his face. Even if the Heavenly Wings Divine King did not let him come, the Heavenly Wings Divine King would take the initiative to ask to come. Let's go. The Heavenly Wings Divine King led the experts and flew to the Imperial Palace that was originally controlled by the alien race. He wanted to kill them all to vent his anger. Within the Imperial Palace, Sage Tianqian was inviting Lin Fei to a banquet. Through his acquaintances, he learned that Lin Fei was a monstrous rising genius of the Xiantian continent. Alliance leader Lin, we will build an army as soon as possible and join the human alliance. We will do our part to fight against the alien army. Sage Tianqian picked up his wine cup and took the initiative to drink. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Sage Tianqian's actions. The alien army was enormous. The human race had to constantly work together in order to defeat the enemy. Fighting against the alien army is everyone's responsibility. I'll drink this cup. Lin Fei also picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Rumble. Suddenly the earth shook. The Imperial Palace was not spared. Swoosh. 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 Everyone flew out of the Imperial Palace and stopped in midair. They saw a group of experts with alien auras charging in. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Sage Tianqian's eyes were bloodshot. It's you damned alien race again. I will kill you all. Kill us all? Just you? An arrogant voice resounded in the sky. The Heavenly Wings Divine King strode forward. His enormous heavenly wings flapped, and an arrow flew out. No one could block it. Heavenly Wings Divine King. Sage Tianqian gritted his teeth and stared at the Heavenly Wings Divine King. That day I could suppress you once. Today I can still kill you. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes were as sharp as swords, and they exploded with killing intent. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you talk big. Have you forgotten the loss last time? Just as the Heavenly Wings Divine King was about to kill Sage Tianqian, a sudden voice shook his heart. It was familiar. He turned and saw a smiling face, and his face darkened. Chapter 710. It's you, Demon Lin. Just a few words contained God King Heavenly Wings' endless resentment. He understood why Fire Beacon World would fall, and why Demon Lin would be here. Anyway, if Demon Lin was here, then it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. The truth proved that God King Heavenly Wings' guess was right. Demon Lin definitely had something to do with the fire beacon world going out of control. God King Heavenly Wings hated himself. Why did he meet Demon Lin here? Before Lin Fan became a sky immortal, he had suffered at his hands. Moreover, after becoming a sky immortal, he felt uneasy. Why? Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled and said to God King Heavenly Wings, "Were you the one who did this?" God King Heavenly Wings suppressed his anger. Lin Fei curled his lips and found it funny. Wasn't he asking the obvious? Since you are so sincere, I might as well tell you directly. I was passing by and saw the alien race here, so I casually cleaned it up. Are you satisfied with this answer? God King Heavenly Wings stared. So, you destroyed the blood-colored whirlpool? Why, there was an accident? I thought it was too little and was prepared to search. Do you still want to find trouble with me? Lin Fei smiled. I am here to find trouble with you. God King Heavenly Wings really wanted to say that, but he couldn't. He held his breath and felt really pained. You are going against the alien race. God King Heavenly Wings laughed coldly. You will pay the price for your stupidity sooner or later. I guarantee it. Perfected Tianchen, who was standing behind Lin Fei, heard it and was shocked. He thought to himself, this alliance leader Lin is really not simple. With just a few words, he managed to suppress a god king. Are the rumors on the continent true? Before this, Perfected Tianchen had his doubts. No matter how monstrous a person was, he couldn't sit in the position of alliance leader. One's reputation could be bragged about, but after seeing the scene in front of him, he was completely convinced. As expected, he was a monster. God King Heavenly Wings was furious and looked like he would attack at any moment. Perfected Tianchen could clearly see that God King Heavenly Wings was suppressing his anger and didn't want to attack. This meant that God King Heavenly Wings was afraid of Alliance leader Lin. Apart from this reason, what else could there be? Awesome. Your guarantee is useless, but I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this place today. Lin Fei took a step forward. Who asked you to be so lucky to run into me? Today, Lin Fei was prepared to kill a god king. Sky Split Tower, suppress. With this attack, the Heavenly Wings Divine King's enormous body moved, riding the wind and traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Heavenly Wings Divine King had long been on guard. Once Demon Lin attacked, he immediately activated it and broke through the void, appearing hundreds of thousands of miles away. Demon Lin, just you wait. I will beat you up sooner or later. The Heavenly Wings Divine King really could not muster up any desire to fight. That demonic Lin was too monstrous. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible in case he failed miserably. With a flap of his wings, he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. After all, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was good at speed. In a few breaths, he was millions of miles away. He could escape immediately. Humph, I'll show you the true power of a godly aura. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The sky-split divine tower expanded infinitely. Treasure light shone brightly, illuminating half of the fire beacon continent. Crack, 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 the Heavenly Wings Divine King, who was fleeing, suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure. His body was pressed down, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he saw a divine tower fly out and press down on his enormous body. It fell out of the void and smashed into the ground, forming a huge crater. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was smashed so hard that he saw stars. His internal organs seemed to have shifted, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? What kind of celestial artifact is this? I've already fled millions of miles away. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was covered in cold sweat. He struggled to fly away, but the sky-split divine tower was like an existence that could not be moved. It pressed down on him, making him unable to move. How is it? My sky-split divine tower tastes good, right? Activating the sky split with the combat power of a celestial immortal was truly an unparalleled celestial artifact. It could easily sweep through all directions. Even though it could not kill him, Lin Fei could still suppress him. The Heavenly Wings Divine King revealed a gloomy expression. Do you think you can trap me like this? You think too highly of yourself. Transform. A glint of unwillingness flashed across the Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes. His enormous body suddenly exploded, and the sky-split divine tower missed and smashed into the ground. Within 10,000 miles, it instantly sank and turned into a huge crater. Hundreds and thousands of the Heavenly Wings Divine King fled in all directions. It was hard to tell which of them was real and which was fake. Divine fire filling the sky, seal the void. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was fast, but Lin Fei was even faster. The sea of fire filled the sky, and heaven and earth formed a line, forming a huge fire cage. Divine sword unsheathing. A Jingguang flew out, and the divine sword turned into a golden dragon that swept out. Bang, 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 bang. With the divine sword activated, it crushed all the clones. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's clones were continuously crushed into powder. How can he be so strong? The clones kept losing, and the Heavenly Wings Divine King kept coughing up blood. This life-saving divine ability had always been successful, and it had never failed before. Run, run, run! The Heavenly Wings Divine King really couldn't believe it. Chi, chi, chi! The scorching flames burned, and the clones were burned. I can't go up, but I can go down to the ground, right? The Heavenly Wings Divine King changed his direction. He couldn't go up, but he could lock down the ground. Just as he charged down from the sky, the flames on the ground filled the sky, forming an inescapable net. Even though he knew that Demon Lin's strange fire was very domineering, he didn't expect it to be even more domineering than before. Since the divine sword was out, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was the one suffering. His clones kept being killed. His combat power had increased greatly, and he also had 2 supreme swords. Lin Fei really didn't have to worry about dealing with a single Heavenly Wings Divine King. Path to Heaven. Lin Fei once again took out the heaven-reaching divine tower. Don't you like clones? I'll destroy all of them. The path to heaven was even more domineering. It carried with it the might of the heavens, and as it pressed down, the clones were defeated even faster. The loss of each clone made the Heavenly Wings Divine King feel so much pain that he wanted to die. The Heavenly Wings Divine King might have used his clones to escape, but in reality, each clone was a part of him. Now that he was continuously being slaughtered, the one who suffered losses was the Heavenly Wings Divine King himself. He was continuously killed by Demon Lin, and the Heavenly Wings Divine King really regretted using his divine ability. This wasn't a good thing that came knocking on his door. Demon Lin, you are so vicious. The Heavenly Wings Divine King didn't dodge anymore. His essence, energy, and spirit were greatly damaged. Vicious. Lin Fei shook his head. Compared to your alien race's viciousness, I am much kinder. Who asked you to be so lucky to meet me today? Outside, Perfected Tian Chen and the others were fighting with the experts that the Heavenly Wings Divine King had brought, but when they saw Alliance leader Lin gain the upper hand so quickly, they were completely stunned. They were all heaven immortals, but the difference was huge. Lin Fei put away his divine sword and the divine tower. Tell me everything about the Holy Mother, as well as your future plans, and I can spare your life. Lin Fei wanted to know about the Holy Mother the most. Ha ha ha, dream on. The Heavenly Wings Divine King charged forward with a hideous smile. You will never be able to defeat our alien race. Long live the Holy Mother. The Heavenly Wings Divine King self-destructed. The huge explosive power formed a black tornado that headed straight for Lin Fei. He wanted to kill Lin Fei and perish together with him. God-fiend body! The huge commotion made the people who were originally fighting stop. They stared blankly at the center of the storm. The terrifying power that spread from the center could tear them apart countless times. The Divine King self-destructed. Perfected Tianchen was speechless. It was hard to imagine that the Divine King, who was synonymous with ferocity and strength, would choose to self-destruct. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have thought that such a day would come. Alliance leader Lin will be fine, right? Perfected Tianchen was worried. It was unbelievable to make a Divine King self-destruct. It was to the extent that a Divine King would be so desperate that he had no choice but to self-destruct. Unfortunately, your self-destruction can't kill me. Lin Fei stood in the sky, completely unharmed as he muttered to himself. Come out. Heavenly Wings Divine King. The divine sword transformed into a stream of light and slashed at the void, forcing out a person. Heavenly Wings Divine King appeared in front of Lin Fei with a pale face. He roared, even my self-destruction could not kill you. Could it be that you were born to be the nemesis of us alien races? The Heavenly Wings Divine King was completely in despair. The current Heavenly Wings Divine King was just a true spirit, an existence similar to an essence soul. He could no longer calm down and began to despair. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you are really powerful. I was almost fooled by you. Lin Fei said, unfortunately I was so close. You alien race, especially your Divine Kings, are all afraid of death. Do you think it's possible for you to self-destruct with me? Please don't be so flashy next time. Aren't you telling me that there's something wrong with you? Lin Fei exposed Heavenly Wings Divine King's goal. Heavenly Wings Divine King had to admit that he had underestimated this demon Lin. If he had been ruthless and fought to the death, there wouldn't have been such a scene today. Just as Lin Fei had said, Heavenly Wings Divine King was afraid of death. If not, he wouldn't have run so quickly. He had wanted to self-destruct to kill Demon Lin. Even though he would be greatly injured afterwards, once Holy Mother revived, he would recover completely. However, Demon Lin had still seen through him. I admit defeat. It's too late. Lin Fei sneered. Your Holy Mother is about to recover her strength. It's not like I don't know that. Your Holy Mother even used energy to give birth to a powerful existence. She gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. What? How did you know that Holy Mother would give birth to a Divine King? The moment Heavenly Wings Divine King spoke, he immediately knew that he had been fooled. It was too late. You lied to me. Lin Fei's heart sank. So what if I lied to you? So, you want to give birth to a Divine King. No wonder you need so many humans. However, you can die now. Divine Sword Slash. Lin Fei didn't need to ask anything else. I can't accept this. Heavenly Wings Divine King roared before he died. Chapter 7:11. The Skywings God King was actually killed. The people below did not know what words to use to describe the opponent's divine might. The black-haired youth in the sky had become an invincible god of war in their eyes. He looked down upon the world, an ancient, invincible existence. They all knew how powerful the Skywings God King was. When the Skywings God King had come personally, he had easily defeated Adept Tianchen and reduced him to a prisoner. Today, the Skywings God King had been utterly defeated. The Xiantian continent truly had many geniuses. Adept Tianchen sighed from the bottom of his heart. There were many geniuses in the Fire Beacon continent, but none of them could compare to Alliance leader Lin. But for Lin Fei, killing a God King gave him a large amount of experience and an enormous amount of energy. While he was happy and excited, he also felt a certain amount of pressure. This Holy Mother is truly incredible. I'm afraid that soon she will no longer be one of the 10 great God Kings, Lin Fei said to himself. It looks like I have to finish this quickly. After flying down from the sky, Lin Fei briefly explained the situation. The Fire Beacon continent seemed safe, but after he killed the Skywings God King, Lin Fei believed that the 10 great God Kings would come in person. By then, Adept Tianqian and the others would be the unlucky ones. Alliance Leader Lin, the people of the Fire Beacon continent are willing to join the Xiantian continent. Spiritual Master Tianqian couldn't even defeat a single Heavenly Wings Divine King, let alone the rest of the Divine Kings. If they all attacked at the same time, the Fire Beacon continent would truly become a river of blood. It was time to find a backer for himself. The Fire Beacon continent had very few alliances, and Adept Tianqian had always been low-key and focused on managing his own continent. In the end, when the alien races landed, they tore through the defense line like a hot knife through butter. Adept Tianqian realized what they lacked. They lacked a powerful ally. Lin Fei accepted without hesitation. Although they had lost more than half of their enormous population, there were still quite a few elites left. Lin Fei took himself into the Skirich God Tower and became an additional source of strength. With the artifact refining art, Lin Fei easily mastered the Skirich God Tower and began to explore its internal space. This immortal artifact could be activated by other martial artists as well. After Lin Fei explained the reason, Spiritual Master Tianqian did not refuse. He activated the Heavenly Divine Tower and provided Lin Fei with great help. After taking the people away, Lin Fei didn't stay any longer and headed to the next location. At the same time, he sent news back and told the Alliance to pay attention to the Outlander race's reaction. Heavenly Wings Divine King has perished. The one who knew this news was God King Haotian. His expression was also stiff. As the offspring of the Holy Mother, Divine King Haotian and the others could not be said to be telepathic. However, they were connected by blood. The moment something happened to Divine King Heavenly Wings, he immediately sensed it. "It's you again, Demon Lin." After checking it out, God King Haotian gritted his teeth. "Fiend Lin, you've obstructed us time and time again. I really regret not paying the price back then to destroy you." After learning that the Heavenly Wings God King had perished, all the God Kings flew into a rage and roared nonstop. They were truly agitated by Demon Lin's actions. They, the 10 great Divine Kings, had been through a huge battle and lived until now. Now that one of them was killed, it was equivalent to giving them a slap on the face. How could they not be angry now? "Divine King Haotian, let me lead the army to Fire Beacon Continent and slaughter those people to take revenge for Heavenly Wings God King." Crimson Light God King had a good relationship with Heavenly Wings God King, so he stood out with a murderous expression. Demon Lin slaughtered his way to Fire Beacon Continent. He definitely knows about the blood-colored whirlpool. He might be able to guess our objective. Transformation God King had a grave expression. Bang bang bang, on the huge blood-colored tree, the blood vessels burst in an instant. "Aha, it's that Demon Lin again." At this moment, they didn't need to guess to know that other than Demon Lin, no one else could do such a thing. Even Heavenly Wings God King had died in his hands, let alone the other continent. They were practically no match for him, so the blood-colored whirlpool would naturally be destroyed. Divine King Haotian was also anxious. If this situation continued, there would be a huge problem with the transportation. They definitely couldn't continue like this. Giant Eye God King, Crimson Light God King, Transformation God King, Mermaid God King, the 4 of you lead the army to seal the void and chase after Demon Lin. We mustn't let him stop and continue to destroy. Divine King Haotian was filled with murderous intent. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, let the Divine Kings breed first. In a middle-grade world, Lin Fei used Great Emperor Pangu to sweep the foreign race army. The heaven and earth smelt continuously refined tens of thousands of foreign races, and his strength was continuously increasing. Boom! The 4 great Divine Kings led the army into the middle-grade world. Demon Lin die. Once the 4 great Divine Kings entered the world, their consciousness found traces of Demon Lin. When they saw that Demon Lin was slaughtering, under their rage, 4 powerful forces tore open the void and blasted towards Demon Lin. Their speed is so fast. Lin Fei stopped his massacre. After taking a look, he knew that they were in a state of rage. It seems like they can't take the damage from the blood-colored whirlpool and are furious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chased after me. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. Now they destroy everything they see. Lin Fei thought to himself. Let's go. Lin Fei didn't plan to fight them. Space lock. The 4 great godly kings gave the order, and the huge outsiders used the space locking formation. With a whoosh, the entire world was locked down. This ability could only be perfectly executed by the foreign races who had the numbers advantage. Lin Fei was blocked back, and the void was completely locked. Under the rage of the 4 great divine kings, they executed supreme divine arts and attacked him. They wanted to make him stay here forever. Lin Fei didn't panic. He executed his strength and slashed at the void with all his might. After refining large amounts of foreign races, Lin Fei gave off a powerful aura. With one move of the divine sword, he broke the lock. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. Chase. The faces of the 4 great divine kings turned black. After setting up the space lock formation, Demon Lin still escaped. That was just too despicable. The only thing worth being happy about was that Demon Lin wasn't strong enough to fight against the 4 of them. They didn't have to worry about him. Since they couldn't trap Demon Lin, the only thing they could do was to chase and kill him. They couldn't let him continue to destroy and affect the foreign race's plan. It seems like they really want to waste time with me. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at the 4 great divine kings. I'll let you be smug for a while longer. When the time comes, you will all cry. Another middle-grade world. Lin Fei charged in and headed straight for the foreign race's base. The sword formation struck. First, he broke the blood-colored whirlpool and cut off the connection. Then, he activated the heaven and earth furnace to crazily plunder people. Chapter 7:12. The fact that the 4 great god kings were working together to kill Demon Lin could not be concealed. The people of the Xiantian continent immediately knew. What greeted them was madness. Even though the human alliance had reclaimed their territory, everyone still felt as though something was missing. In fact, they were lacking a piece of exciting news. The fall of the Heavenly Wings Divine King was undoubtedly a heavy bomb on the path of anti-foreign races. Everyone was excited. Lin Fei did not know that killing the Heavenly Wings God King had not only brought excitement to the continent, but also morale. It had swept away the morale of the alien races. When Lin Fei became the alliance leader, it caused people to change their views. Then, when he killed Heavenly Wings God King, it caused people to worship him endlessly. Even the higher-ups of the alliance didn't know how much of a reaction alliance leader Lin had brought to the continent. It could be said that the morale of the human race's side was high, sweeping away the previous low morale. If they were to launch an all-out attack now, their combat strength would increase by 20 to 30%. Tai Yi and the others wanted to help Lin Fei, but Lin Fei refused. He told them to be on guard against the alien races and not to worry about him. The 4 god kings could not hurt him for now. The 4 great god kings chased after Demon Lin but were unable to succeed. One had to say that it was a headache. What does Demon Lin want to do? Wild great world. Divine King Hao Tian analyzed the news that came back. It was okay if Demon Lin specialized in destroying the blood-colored whirlpool. However, Demon Lin had a celestial artifact that plundered the alien race's population. Increase my strength? God King Haotian didn't think that Demon Lin had such terrifying strength to complete it. Wasn't he afraid that he would explode? He had never heard of a person who could continuously steal people to increase his strength. Did he think that he was a bottomless pit? If that was the case, Demon Lin would have been invincible and wouldn't have been chased. Continue to pursue him. It would be best if you can get him as far away from the Xiantian continent as possible. It would be best if he doesn't return during this period of time. Godly King Haotian reminded. He doesn't like to liberate the great 1,000 worlds. Let him go. Your mission is to not let him return. Even if he couldn't kill Demon Lin, God King Hao Tian wasn't anxious. If he couldn't return, it would be a great merit. It would prevent him from spoiling his plans. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Demon Lin after the dust settled. In a few days, Divine King Hao Tian would launch an all-out counterattack. Under the crater of the volcano, Divine King Hao Tian tore open the void and arrived. On the blood-colored tree, the light cocoons were almost transparent. One could see many godly kings inside. They were of all shapes and sizes, and not a single one of them was the same. Not long after, the godly kings would be successfully reproduced, and the outsiders would gain a great helping hand. It would be enough to turn the situation around, and break through the defense of the human clan in a crushing manner. God King. The guardian God King came forward to greet them. God King Hao Tian's gaze landed on the cocoon of light. Luckily, we plundered a large number of people back then. Otherwise, if Demon Lin really affected our progress, all of this would become a thing of the past. The God King is coming out. Pa 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 pa, the translucent light cocoons on the blood-colored tree exploded one after another. One after another, the godly kings of the alien races descended from them. As they opened their eyes, the aura of sky immortals filled the mouth of the volcano. One by one, the god kings stood on the lava. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 67 god kings stood on the lava together. God King Clear Sky laughed out loud. Welcome, God Kings. From this day forth, we are all brothers and sisters, and we will serve the Holy Mother together. Serve the Holy Mother! Serve the Holy Mother! The 67 godly kings said in unison. Their voices reverberated through the vast, savage world. Large swathes of the alien race army knelt down one after another. Demon Lin should have died outside. There's no justice in the world if he didn't die. The Mystic Gate was in charge of a stronghold on the northern front. On the northern and southern battlefronts, every position had a general guarding it. The Mystic Gate happened to be one of them. When he heard that Demon Lin was being hunted, the sect leader of the Mystic Gate, Zhang Yi, couldn't calm his heart. If it wasn't for Demon Lin, he wouldn't have had to bleed so much and get extorted by the Myth City. Why would he have come to such a place where he had power but no fame? Reverend Zhang Yi was the happiest one when the 4 godly kings chased after Demon Lin. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on this country bumpkin Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei was lucky, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Although Reverend Zhang Yi was in charge of a stronghold, in reality, his power was suppressed. The person in charge of controlling the generals wasn't from the Mystic Gate either. What else could Reverend Zhang Yi say? He could only endure it. Demon Lin had won over everyone. In addition, he had killed the Heavenly Wings godly king, causing his reputation to soar. All the young people worshipped him. It wasn't appropriate for him to go against him now. If Reverend Gentleman had become the Supreme Alliance leader, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Reverend Zhang Yi shook his head. He really couldn't accept it. In order to get Demon Lin's forgiveness, he had personally gone to the Myth City and been extorted by that B***tch. He had been suppressing this anger in his heart. As a sect leader, he had to compromise. Even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to meet the old ancestor. Of all the past sect leaders, he was probably the most tragic one. In the room, there was a wave of energy and then a person appeared. Sect leader, it's me, Reverend Bu Hui. Reverend Zhang Yi waved his hand and set up a formation. When he saw that Reverend Bu Hui had broken his rules and come out on his own, he was filled with anger. Reverend Bu Hui, who allowed you to come out? Don't you know the impact this will have on the sect? Are you trying to harm the sect? Today, the power of the Celestial Sect was greatly affected, especially with the addition of the Human Race Alliance. One could imagine what would happen if Reverend Bu Hui, who had ordered him to face the wall and not come out, appeared here. Boom! Another aura descended, and a person appeared beside Reverend Bu Hui. "Senior brother, I was the one who asked Master to come out." A bright and clear voice came from the scholarly young man. "Reverend gentleman." Reverend Zhang Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that his junior brother, Reverend gentleman, would dare to come here. Didn't he know that the people of the continent were chasing him? "That's right, I'm back," Reverend gentleman said calmly. "As for the matter that senior brother is worried about, there's no need to worry. Demon Lin has only increased his strength after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. Sect leader, our celestial sect is one of the superpowers. How can we be restrained by a continent alliance?" Reverend Bu Hui said. "Now that junior brother Reverend gentleman has returned, Demon Lin won't be able to jump around for long." At first, Reverend Zhang Yi was worried about being noticed because of Reverend Bu Hui's appearance. After a moment, he understood. "Junior brother, could it be that something has changed?" Reverend gentleman smiled. "Senior brother, Demon Lin is forcing you and oppressing our celestial sect. I'm not willing to accept this before I ascend, so I'm here to give you an idea. As long as you control the generals outside, the human race alliance will collapse on its own." Reverend Zhang Yi immediately understood. "You and young Master Divine Sword are siding with the foreign races?" No. Reverend gentleman shook his head. "We're just working with the foreign races. They're not worthy of our allegiance. Moreover, junior brother is about to ascend. Is there a need for that? There's no harm in telling senior brother that the foreign races have more than 70 celestial immortals. Do you think there's any hope for the human race?" "What? More than 70 celestial immortals?" Reverend Zhang Yi was stunned. "Senior brother, you don't need to worry about the generals outside. As long as you lure them in, there's nothing to fear." Reverend gentleman smiled. Reverend Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. "For the sake of the celestial sect, what harm is there in temporarily cooperating with the foreign races? When do we make our move?" Over 70 God Kings was simply a one-sided situation. The human race alliance simply couldn't stop them. "I'll have to trouble senior brother to lure them in now." Reverend gentleman smiled. "Trust me. I have a way." "Junior brother, don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to invite them in. I believe we still have to give them some face. After all, our celestial sect is one of the 11 representatives." As expected, Taoist Master Zhang Yi used his words and reputation to trick the general in charge of guarding the place. The three of them took action and suppressed the general. "I'll have to trouble senior brother to personally oversee things." After Reverend gentleman gave some instructions, he tore open the void and entered it, sending out a message. "The celestial sect has succeeded." Reverend gentleman's eyes were filled with boundless resentment as he looked in the direction of Mythology City. "Just you wait. Your position as the Alliance Master is about to arrive." Northern Front Headquarters on this day, at noon, in the sky above the vast continent, dark clouds covered the continent, following which a huge face appeared. "Foolish humans, don't think that you've already won. In the eyes of our foreign races, you're just a joke." The deafening rumble echoed across the entire continent like a clap of thunder, striking the hearts of the crowd. "It's godly King Hao Tian." Tai, the demon lord, and the sea god emperor flew out from the headquarters. When they saw the huge face in the sky, they revealed looks of surprise. What were the foreign races going to do now? "Godly King Hao Tian, don't play any tricks. If you have the ability, let's go all out." The demon lord raised his head and sneered. "We've already arranged for people to attack the worlds you control. Don't even think about reviving the Holy Mother's hope. Insignificant humans, so what if you know?" Godly King Hao Tian was expressionless and unmoved. "I'll give you half a day. After half a day, if you don't surrender, our foreign races will start a massacre. That's all I have to say. Think about it." Godly King Hao Tian's face exploded in the sky above the Xiantian continent. The world returned to normal. The foreign races are attacking. The demon lord frowned. A few days ago they were so timid. Now that they've made it public, could it be that they have some help? Chapter 7:13. The Human Alliance moved. The foreign races were going to fight a decisive battle. What did the humans have to fear? Their morale was high now. Who was afraid of who? On the northern battlefront, the defending generals were on guard, waiting for the foreign races to appear and give them an unforgettable memory. At every stronghold, the human morale was high. Alliance Chief Lin could even kill a godly king, let alone the other godly kings. Without the Alliance Chief, they had inherited the spirit of charging forward and could still defeat the foreign races. Time flew. Half a day passed. On the vast southern continent, a black army appeared, covering the entire sky. It was as if the night had come, just as godly King Hao Tian had said. Attack! The loud rumbling was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. The black army covered the sky, covering the entire south. It looked as if they had come out in full force. The terrifying aura was like the waves of the sea, coming wave after wave. Formation. At the stronghold, the general summoned Great Emperor Pangu. He stared at the foreign race army in the distance, revealing a rare solemn expression. Foolish humans, let me show you the true power of the foreign races. Godly King Hao Tian's godly king voice came again. Boom, 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 celestial immortal auras surged into the sky, one after another. In front of the black army, godly kings appeared, their auras rippling. So many godly kings! How is this possible? How did the foreign races produce so many godly kings? There are at least 50 godly kings. The godly kings appeared together, their auras joined together, and their killing intent soared. The expressions of everyone on the Human Alliance's side changed drastically due to the sudden change in event. They stared at the god kings who had appeared as they doubted their eyes. 67 godly kings. The final number was like a blow to the head, shattering the morale that they had worked so hard to raise. Unknowingly, their hearts sank. They had underestimated the foreign race's ability. Without batting an eyelid, they had created a grand array of 67 godly kings. Even if they were not as strong as the 10 great godly kings, they were still genuine godly kings. On the side of the human race, there was no way they could produce so many celestial immortals. Humans, today will be your doomsday. Pass on my order. Mobilize the army and attack. Godly King Hao Tian waved his hand, his voice reverberating in the southern continent. Kill. Their orderly voices shook the heavens and the earth, as if they were going to blast a huge hole in the sky. Formation. The dense black army transformed into 67 giants. Each giant was no weaker than a general. Their terrifying auras once again caused the hearts of the humans to sink. The strange races also found a joint attack formation, and their momentum was shocking. Fight. The generals on the battlefront charged out with the sky-splitting swords in their hands, fighting against the non-human generals. The energy ripples in the sky tore open the void, and the entire sky was incomplete. Let's go too. The Fiend Lord and the others all made their moves at this moment. The outsiders were too domineering. Dozens of generals attacked at once, catching them off guard. They had underestimated the outsiders and suppressed them in terms of overall strength. If they didn't kill their godly kings now, once they fell into a disadvantageous position, they would be at a disadvantage in this battle. They knew that this battle would be extremely difficult, and there might even be casualties. A world of ice and snow. The Ice Palace's ice fairy had a frosty expression as she slashed out with her sword. She trapped a god-king battle general in a world of ice and snow and started to fight with him. Star-chasing arrow, Tai transformed into a giant, holding a demon bow. His divine arrows shocked the heavens, and the heavens and earth lost color at this moment. He unleashed all his mystiques and began to fight with his life on the line. He couldn't let the outsiders break through the battlefront. Ha ha ha, you humans, today is your doomsday. Godly King Hao Tian flew up and stared straight at the Fiend Lord. Fiend Lord, rumor has it that your demonic arts are monstrous. Today I will kill you. As you wish. The Fiend Lord stepped through the air, his eyes filled with murderous intent that pierced through the void. Supreme Demon Kingdom, lock the heavens and earth. A supreme demon kingdom with demonic soldiers and generals appeared behind the Fiend Lord. At this moment, the Fiend Lord transformed into a supreme demon king and trapped Godly King Hao Tian in the supreme demon kingdom. Saint's divine fist breaks kingdom. Godly King Hao Tian's aura surged, and the millions of kingdoms behind him shattered. On the north-south battlefield, the situation was one-sided. There were too many Godly King battle generals. Zhang Yizhenren, come and kill this Godly King with me. Ice Palace's elder called out to Zhang Yizhenren. She was suppressing a Godly King battle general, and with the battle general's help, she only needed one more helper to kill the Godly King battle general. Godly King battle general, die. Zhang Yizhenren took out the last treasure of the Taoist sect, the righteous sword, and stabbed at the Godly King battle general. With that, the Godly King battle general would definitely die. Just when everyone thought that the God King battle emperor was about to die, Reverend Zhang Yi smiled strangely. His sword stance changed, slashing down on the Ice Palace elder's body. The Ice Palace elder's body exploded, and he was heavily injured. Zhang Yizhenren, you actually sided with the outsiders. The Ice Palace elder was shocked. At this critical moment, Zhang Yizhenren betrayed them. You talk too much. Stupid woman, you can die now. Zhang Yizhenren slashed out again. Righteous energy surged, and the Godly King battle general was gone. He also slashed out, and with the power of two experts, the Ice Palace elder was killed on the spot. Elder. The Ice Fairy, who had been fighting the Godly King battle general, saw the Ice Palace elder die. Her eyes spat out blood and she felt cold all over. She gave up on the Godly King battle general and turned to attack Zhang Yizhenren. At this moment, a sky immortal from the human alliance had fallen. Boom! A human battle general was killed by one of Zhang Yizhenren's subordinates at the critical moment. Then, Reverend No Regrets' figure was revealed. Zhang Yizhenren, you shameless bastard! The human alliance saw that Zhang Yizhenren had betrayed them at the critical moment, and all of them vomited blood. They wanted to kill Zhang Yizhenren on the spot. Dang dang dang! Zhang Yizhenren's righteous energy protected him and blocked the Ice Fairy's sword move. Ha ha ha, all of you have been blinded by greed. Is Demon Lin worth listening to? Let's see what he can do today. Zhang Yizhenren was having too much fun killing. Zhang Yizhenren was an experienced sky immortal. Even though the Ice Fairy was also a sky immortal, her battle power was far from his. He saw through her weakness and she was injured. Your Ice Palace elder is dead. You can die too. You'll have a companion on the road to hell. Zhang Yizhenren teamed up with Reverend No Regret to kill the Ice Fairy. Bastard, how dare you! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at the critical moment, Tai shot out a godly arrow, suppressing Zhang Yizhenren and Reverend No Regret. Tai's godly archery was unparalleled. Even the two of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They could only watch as they missed the chance to kill the Ice Fairy. Thank you, Tai. Chapter 7:14. In the boundless void. A black shadow turned into a stream of light and rushed out of a world. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a few more figures caught up. They were not in a hurry and were very calm. Demon Lin runs really fast. Is his zodiac a rabbit? Why did it sound so weird? That Devil Lin probably doesn't know that Divine King Hao Tian has already brought people to counterattack. Crimson Light God King said proudly. When he finds out, it should be very interesting. Chiming, you're wrong. The Mermaid God King said, Demon Lin is currently advancing according to the route. Do you think we'll have a chance to see him? Ha ha, how could I have forgotten about this? Crimson Light God King came to a realization. This time, we must make it hard for Devil Lin to escape. The situation over there should be ready. We're just waiting for Demon Lin to take the bait. Giant Eye God King's killing intent surged. We didn't chase for so long in vain. What's important is that the result is worthy of us. We will hang behind and threaten Demon King Lin in case he sees any flaws. If nothing goes wrong, we will soon see Demon King Lin's expression when he can't smile. Transformation God King smiled. The four great God Kings chatted and laughed as they increased their speed, catching up. Give me a little more time. Sooner or later, I will deal with these four God Kings. Up in the void, Lin Fei was activating the heaven and earth smelt continuously. However, there were way too many of them. It wasn't something that could be smelted out within a short period of time. City Lord, don't you feel that the four great divine kings are too calm? It doesn't conform to their normal state. On the warship, the Qi Lian heavenly demon said. With that said, Lin Fei noticed that their attitude towards him seemed to be a little different. Something seems to be missing. Less anger. Qi Lian heavenly demon said. Even though they have been chasing behind, City Lord doesn't feel it. They purposely slowed down a bit so that City Lord can plunder those foreign races. At the start, Lin Fei didn't feel anything. But after hearing what the Qi Lian heavenly demon said, his speed slowed down. At the start, when they caught up, he had to break the formation. Later on, when he left the world, they caught up. Could they be plotting something? Lin Fei guessed. However, Xiao Qin was currently in the void and his whereabouts were uncertain. He was not heading in a fixed direction. It seemed impossible for the Divine King to play any trick. But why? Lin Fei couldn't think of anything for a moment. City Lord, you might as well wait for them to appear in the next world. You should be able to see some clues then. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon reminded. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he decided to do it and see what tricks they had up their sleeve. Maple World. Lin Fei showed no mercy as he mobilized the heaven and earth smelt right away. Those beneath the heavenly immortal stage were simply incapable of resisting against such a plunder and were all sucked into the heaven and earth smelt. Even though Lin Fei was plundering non-stop, the heaven and earth smelt was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei waited until the four great God Kings arrived. When the four great God Kings saw that Lin Fan was waiting for them, they were shocked. Could it be that he had discovered something? They signaled with their eyes and charged towards Lin Fan without any regard for the consequences. Just as I expected. Lin Fei saw the clues and didn't fight with them. He just left Maple World. They are not in a hurry and have been following behind me. It seems like they want to threaten me. Lin Fei's thoughts spread out. Could it be that they don't want me to go back? Suddenly, Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Apart from this reason, the alien race God Kings wouldn't be so calm and allow him to continue plundering the alien race population. This wasn't something a God King should do. They should be itching to kill him. Lin Fei hurriedly contacted Lin Jiqing in Myth City. There was a communication tool in the system store. Lin Fei brought it with him so no matter where he was, he could connect in the shortest time possible. The moment the communication was opened, Lin Fei saw a slightly panicked Lin Jiqing. Wife, did something happen in the continent? Lin Jiqing saw the human race alliance's defeat and she was anxious. Myth City activated all the formations and received Lin Fei's message. Hubby, come back quickly. Our side has been defeated. Lin Jiqing said hurriedly. Lin Fei frowned. He couldn't accept this outcome. How can we be defeated? That shouldn't be. Tell me the details. Lin Jiqing explained the situation and emphasized on the alien race God Kings, Xian Men's betrayal and the fall of the Heaven Immortals on their side. Xian Men are so bold. It must be Taoist gentleman who is causing trouble. Lin Fei didn't expect that in the few days that he had been out, the alien race God Kings would attack. They even sent out dozens of God Kings. The situation was completely one-sided. Lin Fei calmed himself down. The human race had been defeated. Even if he rushed back now, he might not be able to kill them all. Activate all the formations and put the entire myth city under martial law. Use all the resources to support the formations. Then, inform the dragon race to guard the myth city and hold on until I return. Lin Fei wished he could fly back in one breath. You have to be careful outside. The myth city has formations. They won't be able to take down the myth city in a short time. Lin Jiqing was relieved. I'll be careful. Hold on for a few days. I'll be back. After hanging up, Lin Fei slapped his forehead. I'm so stupid. If I knew that the Holy Mother was going to create powerful existences, why didn't I take it seriously? Lin Fei had found out from Heavenly Wing's God King that the Holy Mother was creating powerful existences. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother would create God Kings. She created more than 60 God Kings in one go, so much so that she suppressed the overall strength of the human race. The actions of the alien races were too fast. They were so fast that there was no time to stop them. In reality, even though Lin Fei knew that the Holy Mother was very powerful, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother's ability was even more terrifying than he imagined. In the blink of an eye, she had created such a huge force. City Lord, let's go back immediately. The myth city has formations. We can definitely hold on until we return. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was also shocked. The change in the situation was too great. He couldn't accept it in time. Go back. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the next world. His woman and daughter were in the myth city. He was very clear that the human race had been defeated. With the God King's temperament, they would definitely attack the myth city. Seal, in the boundless void, a six-pointed star flashed, and a strange force locked the void in an instant. The warship collided with the invisible force, and was sent flying on the spot. Lin Fei cried out in his heart, "Oh no!" He suddenly realized that the 4 great divine kings were chasing him because of this, luring him into a trap. At this moment, he understood everything. Flying out of the warship, Lin Fei activated the Tongtian God Pagoda and smashed it against the invisible force. He tried to open a gap. The Tongtian God Pagoda went down. On the invisible force, a strange light flashed. It was like an invisible wall that blocked all the attacks. The power of the wall was boundless. How is this possible? Lin Fei was shocked. He activated the Tongtian God Pagoda. Just a mere force was easy to deal with. I don't believe it. The Divine Sword and the Tongtian God Pagoda attacked together. They attacked this mysterious force. The powerful force seemed to want to tear the entire starry sky apart. It still doesn't work? Lin Fei attacked with all his strength, but he still couldn't break this force. City Lord, we have encountered a big problem. Suddenly, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon flew out with a sunken face. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be the Starry Sky Teleportation Formation. It is an absolute formation from the upper realm. This young master thought that no one in this world knows this formation. It turns out that someone knows it. In the void, the astral wind whistled. The Sword God Prince crossed the void and stood outside the formation. He couldn't hide the pride on his face. It's you. Lin Fei knew that not being able to kill the Sword God Prince last time would bring trouble. He didn't expect this premonition to come true so soon. Isn't it strange? The Sword God Prince said indifferently. In order to set up this Starry Sky Teleportation Formation, I spent more than half of my wealth. You should be satisfied. I'm afraid you still don't know the power of this formation. You might as well let your subordinate tell you. Rise, the hexagram rotated. A divine tower appeared in the void, enveloping Lin Fei and the others. Blue light flashed. The aura of the starry sky was vast and boundless. Lin Fei suddenly felt that he had fallen into the vast starry sky. He was lost in that distant place. What a strange feeling! City Lord, the Sword God Prince wants to banish us to the starry sky. We will never be able to return to the Xiantian continent. The scarlet refining heavenly demon's face was solemn. He even wants to banish us to the endless danger lands. The Sword God Prince smiled. That's right. In this young master's opinion, killing you is really meaningless. It's better to banish you to the endless danger lands. As long as you go in, you won't be able to come out. Sinister. This was definitely a sinister action. This formation is too mysterious. Am I really going to be banished? Lin Fei's heart sank. This formation had already surpassed the level of this world. He couldn't break it at all. Lin Fei knew about the starry sky dangerlands. Once he was teleported to that place, he would really be trapped inside. The Sword God Prince's plan was really sinister. That kind of danger land blinded the heavenly Tao and sealed everything. Even if Lin Fei wanted to ascend, he would be completely isolated and unable to ascend to the upper realm. Sinister and sinister action. You are really sinister. Lin Fei activated his Yuan Qi. Barely. We are about the same. The Sword God Prince smiled proudly. Heaven-splitting finger. Lin Fei circulated his essence energy and used his essence energy skill in an attempt to break the array formation. This time, Lin Fei was still disappointed. That boundless power attacked again and blocked this attack. Ha ha ha, Alliance Master Lin, are you very disappointed? I forgot to tell you. This starry sky teleportation uses the power of the starry sky. Do you think your attack can go against the starry sky? The Sword God Prince laughed sinisterly. Back then, I suffered from your mysterious power and was long prepared against you. At this moment, the 4 great divine kings flew up. Devil Lin, to think you would have such a day. Crimson Light God King seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. We didn't waste our time chasing you. We can finally banish you. Giant Eye God King had a deep hatred for Devil Lin. Goodbye, Devil Lin.